The Belmont Stakes and the Triple Crown may be in the rearview mirror, but racing continues with a lot to come. We're back at beautiful Belmont Park, and our featured race today features Stakes Place filly Diamond Hands as she finished second behind Breeders' Cup winner Pizza Bianca last time out. Her stablemate Kanisi looks tough in that featured 8th race as well, though, as she was an impressive first out winner at a nice price in her debut. Looks to tackle tougher this afternoon, and coming up this weekend, we'll promo what's to come in the Grade 3 poker, where Mason will look to pick up the first graded stakes win here stateside. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful Belmont Park is where we are today, and somebody looks very comfortable there in the paddock getting ready for Twilight Thursday today. There's a look at the iconic Secretariat statue as we march forward with what is pretty much the second half of the year as far as horse racing is concerned. Acacia Clement alongside Anthony Stabile. Little impromptu A-Train action today on this Thursday. Anthony, I know you are the beast of the Belmont.
He's gone now. He's gone now.
He's gone now.
He goes back into hibernation.
Put him back into hibernation, but
the Big A is back.
It was an amazing Belmont weekend.
It was. It was a lot of fun. Great energy here. Fantastic crowds. Really good vibes. You know, after a couple of years of nobody here in 2020, we had about 12,000 here last year. Now, I mean, this was just, it was back. It was the old girl was alive and well, and it was a really fun way. We just got to see some fantastic performances. We got to, you know, Clariere and Malathat throwing it down in the Phipps. Casa Creed defending his Jaipur title. The only defender, by the way, the only one to come in and defend was my boy Casa Creed. So, yeah, now we turn our attention, of course, to Saratoga, but first I think we'll turn our attention to the opener.
The opener, a maiden special weight for the New York breds. A good place to start as it all begins here in this maiden special weight race, and we have several first-time starters. The one with experience to the outside, though, Let Her Inspire You. 2-5 now as we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with you. Maggie, New York bred maidens to kick things off. What are you seeing?
Well, you could make the argument that Let Her Inspire You was maybe a bit of a disappointment as a 2-year-old Acacia, but she ran into some nice horses in all three of her career starts, and she's done well from 2 to 3. She's filled out. She's ready to go, so no issues or qualms with your current heavy favorite. But let's take a look at another horse who is coming in off of a layoff. That is number 1 in here, Wicked Lady. Now, she tried the 6th first time out, in which she kept, you know, pace right behind it, and then last time over a muddy track going a mile, she was wired by Carrigate, and that race just kind of played out to be what we like to say a merry-go-round race where nobody changed positions throughout. She comes in here incredibly fit after she's been preparing for this start down in Kentucky with all of Kenny McPeak's horses. I wish she did a little bit more filling out, to be quite honest. She's a little bit more of that slighter build. She looks ready, and I have no problems with the layoff, but just didn't take that big of a step forward from 2 to 3. Moving on to a second-time starter, that's number 5, Boss of All. She was a bit obstreperous to get the tack on at first. They had to have the pony with her. They had to do her on the walk, out the back for Rick Schosberg, and then she settled nicely. But she was a horse that, you know, sat behind the early pace, it tipped out in the lane and ran on mildly. She did not run very fast figure in what was an off the turf race, but she's on the fast dirt today, and she is sharp. She's also built like a filly that should be quicker. So Let Her Inspire You. She certainly has the early speed to possibly go to the lead, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Boss of All show a bit more in her second start. Then I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here with my pick. It's a first-time starter by the name Truancy. She's number 2. She is a daughter of Runaway and Hyde. The dam went 3 for 4 as a 2-year-old, including winning the Eastview. She didn't win first time out, but she was certainly precocious. And then she threw Confrontation, who was a multiple graded stakes placed horse who won early. I actually remember that debut up at Saratoga. I think he actually won first time out as a 3-year-old, though, and with an upset with Barclay Tag, kind of one of the best kept secrets with Rajiv Mirage aboard that day. And she looks like a smaller, more effeminate version of Confrontation. I like what I'm seeing from her. She's fit, she's racy looking, but she's been professional and laser focused throughout the preliminary. So I don't think she's going to be devoid of of speed. If anything, I think she sits right behind the possible early pace setters that I mentioned. And hopefully she's good enough to get the job done at first asking Acacia at 11-1.
I like the price. Maggie, thank you. Filly with a nice pedigree, too. Also have to catch a Thrill, who was more of a turf runner, but the mare's been a really good producer, and sometimes a first-time starter who maybe kind of has that win early pedigree can be effective in races like this.
Owner Eric Datner was one of the Saratoga stable guys who owned Funny Side, and Eric owned Confrontation in part, I believe. I don't know if he owned all of Confrontation, but yeah, so going back and trying to go to the well again with another one from Successfully Sweet. Yeah, looks good on the track. Just went from 11-9, so Maggie moving the tote board a little bit. I can't believe Will You Inspire
Let her inspire you.
Let her inspire, rather. Let her inspire you is 1-5 right now. I picked Let Her Inspire You 3-2, 1-2, 4-5, and here is the 4-5 performance where she looked home Jerome at the 8th hole, and Venti Val. Now, look, she got run down by an open company stakes horse. I completely understand, but at some point, you have to just stop the bleeding. And at 1-5, I picked her. I never thought she was 1-5. I have a little tip on the 4 Sweet Mystery. I heard the 4 Sweet Mystery because she's the longest shot on the board.
Yep.
So maybe a good way to split the favorites in here with her and Wicked Lady would be to try to get the 4 Sweet Mystery second. But, I mean, 1-5 is just such a bad it's always a bad proposition. But on a filly that's already burned so much money, certainly not something I'd be looking to take over on my Naira Bets account.
Did face some nice horses, as you mentioned, November Rain, New York Bred Stakes quality, Venti Valentine, Open Stakes quality, Kentucky Oaks type, you would say, though I think she'll be better once we get a chance to see her going a little bit shorter. But quality fillies she has faced. Let Her Inspire You. First start as a 3-year-old. Can she get it done at a very short price? We'll soon find out. Here's John Embriel, voice of New York Racing, with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Let Her Inspire You from the outside is out for the early lead with Mike's Little Diva racing in second. Boss of All is next in third. Wicked Lady is down at the rail. Now moving up is Truancy, and the trailer is the gray Sweet Mystery in sixth. Big favorite, Let Her Inspire You leads here by a length. Truancy has moved into second. Mike's Little Diva down at the rail runs in third, and Boss of All is next in fourth through an opening quarter mile in 22. And 4/5 seconds. Let Her Inspire You leads by 3/4 of a length. Truancy in second, and now it's a 4-length gap. Back to a Sweet Mystery, who has made a move on the outside up into third. Mike's Little Diva down at the rail. Boss of All is alongside. Wicked Lady is the trailer. It is Let Her Inspire You on the inside and Truancy on the outside. They are now heads apart for the lead. The half was running 46-2. Let Her Inspire You is in front. Truancy is all out in second. A half dozen lengths back to Sweet Mystery in third. Let Her Inspire You now kicks clear to lead by 3.5 lengths. Truancy runs in second, and it will be the 1-5 favorite coming off a layoff to break her maiden. Let Her Inspire You. Truancy second. Sweet Mystery was third.
The favorite with the win, Let Her Inspire You, a filly who finally gets to break her maiden now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, Johnny V, the Hall of Fame rider, just put her on the front end. Took some mild pressure from Truancy, one of the firsts. The first has actually run the first has actually run 2-3 in here, Truancy and Sweet Mystery. Yeah, took a little mild pressure early, went 22-4, and layoff proved to be no match for the 1-5 favorite, Acacia. Boy, she opened 1-5. Andy Serling and I were talking on Talking Horse about how she'd probably blow up to 3-5 or 4-5. She never moved, and she made it look like a gift.
Favored in all 4 of her career starts. She finally gets the win today. Filly by Practical Joke, who at one point sold at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale for $500,000 as a 2-year-old in training, and patience paying off. New York bred, and sometimes you just have to find the right spot for them.
Yeah, exactly right. You see Johnny V took a look back, just kept her to her business today. You know, whenever John Velasquez and fellow Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher win a race together, I remember when they won the Always Dreaming Derby back in 2017 for Anthony Bonomo and Vinny Viola. It was at like 1640, the number of combined wins. So when you think about this, that was 5 years ago. So you'd have to imagine it's getting close to 1,800.
It's incredible.
If not more than that. I mean, just think about that.
Yeah.
Two guys. Johnny came into America in 1990, rode his first horse for my dad. A maiden name.
I didn't know.
Maiden name
You might have
Rockville
told me
Center.
that, actually.
Maiden name
you might have
Rockville,
told me
New
that
York bred
before.
maiden name Rockville Center.
Yeah.
Todd went out on his own 96, I guess. So, you know, within 5 years of each other. And I don't have the official number in front of me. A good guesstimate would be 1,800 winners together. I mean, just think about that.
It's mind-blowing, that's for sure. Todd Pletcher, meanwhile, fresh off Belmont Stakes victory, his 4th this past weekend with Mo Donegal, picks up the win in the opener with those New York-bred maiden special weights. Our feature later, though, is a good one as we take a look at this 8th race today here at Belmont Park. We'll be on the inner turf for this mile and a 16th allowance for the fillies, and taking a look at Diamond Hands, who came off of the layoff, ran the first start as a 3-year-old in the Hilltop last year, or last time out, I should say, where she finished second behind her stablemate Pizza Bianca, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf winner.
I know you have no problem watching this replay. Yeah, she ran really well. It was off of a 6+ month break. She was getting Lasix for the first time. She kind of just, you know, chased the pace around there, settled off the pace. They went pretty quick early. I thought she finished up nicely. You know, behind the Breeders' Cup champion, held the place photo there, which is always encouraging. Joel Rosario climbs aboard. She's going to be on the lead or sitting second, you would imagine, provided a clean break. And she just makes an awful lot of sense in today's feature.
Speed, which is dangerous, and a good race off of the layoff last time out in the Hilltop. Comes out of Stakes Company, but this allowance came up pretty salty, too. It's no walk in the park either.
No, you got a couple from Chad Brown and Bahamian Club, the number 3, and Spicer. Kaironi has a license. She was second in that Chelsea Flower here last year. Kanisi was a good-looking debut winner from the Clement barn. So she might not be the best one walking over today from her own barn. Kanisi ran really well. You and I were covering last time on the program. She beat a couple of high-priced Chad Brown 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds who are both entered tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a fun feature today.
Looking forward to it. That comes up in race number 8 a little bit later on today. That'll be a fun feature to look forward to. Maybe look forward to the future, though, of Let Her Inspire You as she gets out of the maiden ranks. And we head down to the winner's circle with Maggie Wolfendale and a special guest.
Acacia, it's always an absolute pleasure to catch up with the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. And Johnny, we saw Let Her Inspire You finally break through in her comeback as a 3-year-old. When you're on a 1-5 favorite, especially for your boss of many years, if we can call him that, Todd Pletcher. But how much confidence does that instill in you in a rider, as a rider?
Yeah, it gives you a lot of confidence, you know. And I know the filly very well from last year, and we liked it last year. She was very unlucky. First time on the gate, she behaved really bad, broke bad. The second time, she broke in her face. And I know the bad luck. And then last time she ran, she looked like she was going to win, and then she kind of got caught right at the wire. And obviously, she hasn't run since then. So maybe something went wrong with her and came back. And obviously, Todd brings these horses ready to run first time out of the layout, so she was ready.
Do you find when they have those little issues as 2-year-olds, often they'll come back older and more mentally prepared?
And I think she did, in the sense for this one, she definitely did. She was much better. She reacted for everything much professional, if you will, and she was very willing to do things. And I was thinking back, and hopefully she behaves good on the gate and she breaks out of there without having an issue, which she did. And from then on, I was just going to sit against her, kind of wait, see how she does. She did everything really well, and when I asked her to run, she was instantly underneath of me. So that's what you expect for a 1-5.
Yeah, you would hope. Johnny, let's go back to another filly you know very well by the name Malathat, a champion in her own right, a valiant performance in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Talk a little bit about her and the ride that she has taken you on specifically, because you know each year she seems to come back and she seems to show up.
She showed up. Even from last year, we always thought she needed blinkers, and she kind of loses focus from time to time. And last two races, I mean, she's gone away from even the race before in Keeneland. She gone away to the lead, and she's really started waiting. And the other day, she had her horse next to her, so I thought she's going to continue running, and I didn't worry so much. In the last 70 yards, she kind of, I don't know, she was watching the people right out of the wire, you know, the photographer and everything. All of a sudden, she slowed down and she got caught at the wire. I said to Todd, man, I think it's time to put blinkers on her because she just really loses focus more than even the last year. So, and she's there, and like she wasn't even tired. I mean, she galloped really good and everything, and just galloping out, she's kind of looking at everything like she was never been, like she never been in this track before. So it's a little frustrating, you know, that I think we have more underneath, and she's not giving it. So hopefully she can come back and put it together.
Johnny, you always give the best interviews. Thank you for your insights. I always learn something.
Thank you.
And congratulations, too. You won a race. You're done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
John Velasquez, great insights, Acacia. Look for blinkers next time out on the 3-year-old filly champion Malathat, saying that she needs to focus a bit, and there's definitely more in the tank.
He always gives us so much more than we even asked for. Maggie, thank you, and thank you, Johnny V. We look forward to seeing Malathat next time, and a great description from a rider's point of view. An insight that we don't often get to, Anthony, and I think that's really valuable for players, for us, of course, too, analyzing the races to kind of see what he feels out there on the track, and the reason sometimes behind those equipment changes that we may see with certain horses.
You are married to an assistant trainer. Obviously the daughter-in-law of one of the best trainers in the game right now. I am the son of a trainer. It is hard to talk to trainers about their horses. I would imagine it's kind of hard to talk to Todd Pletcher and to tell him what to do. When you have a relationship like him and Johnny have, it is so important because the impact and the influence from the guy on a horse's back is the most critical bit of information you're going to get. So the fact that Johnny has Todd's trust when it comes to something like that. I mean, we're talking about a filly who's an Eclipse Award winner, a multiple Grade 1 winner, right? And Johnny has the chutzpah to actually say, hey, I think we need to make an equipment change. I think we need to make an equipment change here. She won the Kentucky Oaks and the Alabama last year. She's run twice this year, got beat a Zop in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. I think we need a pair of blinkers for her. That is the sign of a true horseman, and the sign of somebody who warrants and commands the respect that a guy like John Velasquez does.
A mentor of so many young riders in the jocks room as well. Well, we'll look forward to seeing Malathat in her next start and see if she has those blinkers on. Here's what is still to come on today's show, though. Beautiful Belmont Park is the site of all of the action races 2 through 9. Still on the program, that featured allowance that we mentioned in the 8th for Fast and Firm today, and today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. You can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program. You don't want to miss out on anything because you can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at nairabets.com to get your $200 deposit match. When we come back, we'll take a look ahead to this weekend in what's still to come. The graded stakes action is far from done. Here at beautiful Belmont Park, we have the poker coming up this weekend, and the talented miler Mason, the Juddmonte homebred, seems to be leading the pack.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Oscar Performance is ranging up on the outside. Majula closing down the center. Balarax is next. Force the pass and fire away. Oscar Performance has taken the lead after 3/4 in 108.36. Oscar Performance a length and a half. Major Look on the outside is second. And then Voodoo Song toward the inside. It's Oscar Performance in front. Oscar Performance wins the poker.
Oscar Performance in the 2018 Poker, the fastest edition of this race ever, run 1:31.1. Very fast horse, Oscar Performance.
Yes, he was. You know, the race, despite its grade 3 status, has produced some remarkable results over the years. One of my favorite horses, one of the fastest horses I've ever seen on either surface, Elusive Quality, set the track record. I want to say it was a world record at the time when he won it back in the mid-90s. But yeah, Oscar Performance more recently, just 4 years ago. I remember Little A when this was the traditional Independence Day co-feature. Used to have that. The Suburban was always on Independence Day as well. Well, the Poker was actually closer to the weekend. Suburban was always on Independence Day. But now it's a little further out. And it makes sense. You know, it's better timing for the Grade 1 4-star Dave and, of course, the Bernard Baruch up at the Spa.
Yeah, looking forward to all of those coming up as Oscar Performance, the fastest in 2018. The horse that, as a 2-year-old, actually gave Jose Ortiz his first Breeders' Cup victory, too, if I'm not mistaken. Jose Ortiz will be aboard Public Sector, but the horse at 6-5 on the morning line is down to the inside. Mason, it was a very short field last time out, Anthony, but he just absolutely crushed them in the Seek again and was beaten a nose behind Charles Spite in the Grade 1 Maker's Mile prior to that.
Yeah, a head bob away from winning his U.S. debut in a Grade 1. He comes back here and he just gets the job done. And now he's facing yet another short field. Listen, what's going to happen when you have been as dominant as he's been, and you know, that's a strong word to use, but in his first 2 starts, let's just be honest, he's been dominant. I mean, you really want to run against him? Public Sector, his barn mate, is actually entered down the shore on Saturday as well. So we'll see who goes where. But he has just been the goods. Flavien Prat, who's beaten just a zop in that Maker's Mark mile. He'll be back aboard, reunited with him as Manny Franco this day. We'll see what happens. But yeah, 6-5 on the morning line. I think people will be clamoring for 6-5 on Mason come Saturday afternoon.
He was impressive in that Seek again, albeit against the short field. Public Sector, who seemed to be really improving on such a good run as a 3-year-old. Kind of lost his way a little bit, it feels, that horse. We're waiting for him to turn things around and show us again what we saw as a 3-year-old.
Big fan of his. He was rumored to be Chad Brown's best 2-year-old a couple of years ago, back in 2020. And he was kind of living up to that hype. I think his problem is he's a little bit of a tweener. I don't know what you do with him. He doesn't want to go to 1.5 miles. Probably doesn't want to go to mile. You know, that middle ground. Right, that great depression of distance between a mile and 1/8 and a 1.5 miles. Where do you really go? I don't know. He's a nice enough horse to find his way, but I think running into a horse like Mason on Saturday is going to be a tough road to hoe for him.
Mason, 6-5 morning line favorite down on the inside in the Poker. On Saturday, we have the New York Stallion Series, a couple of races in the Keep Always Joy and the Spectacular Bid on Sunday. Always enjoy those races for the opportunity to see horses by New York Stallions with an opportunity to run for some big purses. So some exciting action. You can watch it all on America's Day at the Races this weekend. Of course, Father's Day card on Sunday too. We hope you're all coming out. Spend the day.
Appropriate to have the Stallion Series on Father's Day.
That's right. Celebrate the Stallion.
I'm buying a New York Stallion.
I know you are.
Brooklyn born.
Here's a look at the field for race 2 as we have a favorite to the outside, 8-5 on Brajol for Luis Saez. But Manny Franco will be aboard the 3 Eagle in Love for trainer Rob Atras. And it was a big weekend for Manny Franco at a Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown, who's given him so many opportunities and more. We'll take a look back on everything that Manny Franco has accomplished recently.
Introducing A Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile, and Maggie Wolfendale. Happy to have you with us for this Twilight Thursday card at beautiful Belmont Park. Taking a look at the field for the second. 40,000 non-winners of 2 in life. It was a big weekend for Manny Franco with a Grade 1 win here at Belmont. He's on Eagle in Love in the second. For more on this horse and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, let's start with hot riding Manny Franco, aboard Eagle in Love, and a horse that I think won at first asking, maybe surprising his connections and definitely surprising the betting public a bit as he went off at 15-1 that day. Then he's been in relatively tough spots. They're not that tough. This isn't, you know, this is a non-2 for 40, so based on conditions, possibly an easier spot. We'll see, though. But I do feel as though he's a horse that I never really liked over the winter months, despite being Rob Atcher's horse, whom I typically like. His coat never looked great. He never looked that fit, and he never seemed that focused. And it seems like now he comes back, you know, off a 2 and almost 2.5 month break, and that seems to all have been fixed. His coat looks fabulous. He's dappled head to toe. He's more fit, and he's very laid back and calm. And I just like this spot for him. He needs to focus to get out of the gate, which has often been his biggest problem. Now, hoping to get out of the gate, I would have to think cleanly as number 6, Brajol, will go first off the claim, off the turnaround of nearly 2 weeks for Orlando Noda. He looks great here. Weight, coat, everything looks very good, and was stretching back out in distance here to the mile and blinkers going on. I would have to think that they're trying to get him more forwardly placed. Just a shortcut cheater on him, and I do like the 1 turn mile for him. I think it does make sense here, Acacia, in a race that it's hard to pinpoint who's actually going to go to the lead.
It's a big question for sure. Maggie, thank you. Brajol stretching out to the outside. As Anthony, you mentioned, this was a tricky race as far as the multi-race sequence is concerned. We meet the rest of the field starting with the 1 top of the mint.
Well, Maggie, maybe the answer to your question is the 1 top of the mint going to the lead. Went gate to wire in his lone win against Maiden 40, went in for the waiver. 2 subsequent starts have been okay. Maybe the controlling speed from the rail with Jose Lezcano.
Here's the 2, Red Revolution, who steps up in class.
This horse was back in Garden City turning down the backstretch last time and just made up a ton of ground to fall ahead short. See if he can break today, gets Eric Cancel on the boot.
Good notes in the paddock as far as the 3, Eagle in Love.
The most interesting horse on the card today, in my opinion, because if he runs back to his debut, he'll be good. If he runs back to one of his last 2, he'll be off the board. He's 7-1. The board's not giving you any hints either.
Here's the 4 Emperor's Cause. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard.
Second start off the claim for Chris Engelhardt, back in for a tag after trying a couple of better state breds in Añejo and Best Idea last time. We'll see if he can go back to one of those prior 2 claiming races. They make him a contender.
Here's the 5, 2-1 on Bold Victory.
Took him a dozen starts to break his maiden. He came back against much, much better last time and actually ran pretty well. One of his last 2 races, he'll need to improve a little bit, but he's also was a little bit closer 2 starts back. That could help his cause in here.
And here's the 6, Brajol.
Blinkers go on. This son of Micromanage. First off, the claim for Orlando Noda, whose horses have been heating back up again. He needs to break out of the gate, and if he does, he could be right off of top of the mint, if not in front of him as the co-2-1 favorite right now.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free echo-based past performances. They have you covered. We want you to be able to follow along here with us. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. The pick 4 kicking off here. Couple of horses at 2-1 right now. As you kind of mentioned, for instance, with the 3 Eagle and Love, kind of neither here nor there at 6-1, I feel. It's not saying he's live. It's not saying he's not, given how he's running his last couple. It's a tough race to really kind of figure out.
From a gambling point of view, right, and he's getting a strong warm-up here under the red-hot Manny Franco, who's in red. From a gambling point of view, you would like to see a little bit of money for 2 reasons. 1, it indicates he's live. 2, this is a barn that when they are live, they usually take some money, right? A question mark like this, the board normally tells you about the Actress barn. If this horse was 3-1, he'd be live. If he was 10-1, he'd be completely dead. And like you said, Acacia, they're just leaving you out in no man's land at 6-1. What do you do with him? I mean, he looks great. He's got a real nice warm-up, right? And his debut, he sat just off the pace. Manny turned him loose, and he rolled. That race wins here. Because it's, like Maggie said, you know, is top of the mint going, Brajol with the blinkers and the barn change. How does this pace set up? He doesn't have to be too far from it. So, but again, it's 6-1. I think he's just, it is, you know, tread lightly, proceed with caution, every possible cliche you could think of.
Doesn't give you many hints for sure. Meanwhile, one with a relatively quiet on track. Well, now he's getting sharper. Just horses love to make liars out of you. They really do. Brajol, meanwhile, stretching out in distance. Stretching out, he could show some more speed with the blinkers on, particularly versus what we saw last time. Speaking of riders who had a big week, 4 stakes wins, including the Grade 1 Jaipur last week for Luis Saez with Casa Creed, who paid $10.42 was the biggest price of his wins.
You know what's fun about this? He went from a 5.5 furlong 2-year-old race to a 1.5 mile older horse dirt race. Right? He ran the gamut. He had a beautiful filly in Bella Sofia, and there's my boy, Casa Creed. There was some booting and scooting going on right here on this set to get Casa Creed home to defend his Jaipur title. Let me tell you that. For Lee Einseidler, Mike Francesa was in attendance. It was a great day. Louis gave him a great ride. I don't know, how many guys get him home there. And there's Lee on the shank. But Louis gave him a flawless ride. Got Bella Sofia home, fearless, getting that 1.5 miles. And 2 of a kind. Let me tell you, he picked 2 of a kind over a Rudy 2-year-old. Valens and Day, who he had rode in his debut as well, and he made the right call. Brian Lynch has a nice little 2-year-old on his hands. I would assume everybody's going to point for the opening day feature up at the Spa, opening weekend feature up at the Spa, the Sanford. We'll see. It'll be interesting.
Great, happy winner circle photo in the Grade 1 Jaipur. As you mentioned, Casa Creed able to defend and come back strong again this year. So much fun seeing him back on the track. Luis Saez, meanwhile, has the current favorite in this race. For more, let's check in again trackside with Maggie.
We'll take a look at the inside runners. Number 1 in here, top of the mint, did run well first time out. You steady back early on, or first time out, I should say, first off the break last time on May 5th. And he was kind of steady back early, and then he made this steady advance while wide throughout behind Life Changer, who's had a pretty nice trip that day. Look, I wasn't in the paddock that day. I was actually in Kentucky. But looking at him here, he looks fit. He looks strong. I just don't love him going any further than 7 furlongs. I'm very well acquainted with one of his siblings who was a Grade 1 winner. Have you gone away? She didn't want to go past a mile, or past 7 furlongs, I should say. Yeah, maybe they do get him out alertly today from the rail, and that's all she wrote. But again, he's just built much more like a sprinting type, just very compact and stocky looking. So we'll see what he does here. I have respect, though, for him as number 2, Red Revolution. Just, you know, he was bumped a little bit at the start, and then he kind of steadied dramatically. And whether it was, I don't think it was Kendrick, but he reacted kind of negatively to it, kind of threw his head up in the air and took himself way, way out of it. And then, as Anthony said, closed stoutly to get up, just beaten by a head. That day, too, in the paddock, it was kind of weird. He was really, really quiet. You know, he was dropping in for 16. They kept him in the back. You know, they didn't want anybody else to see him. And so we'll see. Like, he's a lot sharper today. I think we're going to see him more involved early than what we did going back to that May 1st effort. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Red Revolution hopefully gets a better start to his race today as he threw his head up, as Maggie mentioned last time, and kind of took himself out of it. You'd at least want to see him kind of get into the game in here.
Absolutely. Yeah, but he's a little untrustworthy after that break last time, so we'll see.
2-1 right now on the number 5 Bold Victory for Linda Rice. Drops out of that starter allowance field last time. You mentioned those are just much better horses that he ran against last time versus today.
Yeah, no question about it. He was a little closer in his maiden win, so we'll see how Kendrick pilots him. Kendrick goes back to him. He rode Red Revolution last time out. I like Brajol. I also picked Brajol.
I was going to say.
I can go for some Brajol right now.
Early pick 4, kicking off here in a tricky race to start the sequence. Best of luck if you're playing. Here's Johnny I standing by with race 2 live at Belmont.
Waiting for Bold Victory and Brajol. They're all in. And they're off. It is Emperor's Cause who is out for the early lead. Number 2, Red Revolution, was wrangled back and is the trailer here in the early going. Emperor's Cause is on top here. Eagle in Love is running in second. Brajol's on the outside. Now it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Bold Victory moves up on the outside and is a 4th by a head. Top of the mint is down at the rail, and then Red Revolution at the back. Emperor's Cause leads here by a neck. Eagle in Love is in between horses. Brajol in the clear on the outside. And Top of the Mint is down at the rail, the opening quarter mile, 23 and 2/5 seconds. It is Emperor's Cause who is holding on to a narrow lead here. Eagle in Love in second. Brajol running in third. Top of the Mint and Bold Victory, and 7 lengths to Red Revolution, the trailer in 6th. Half mile in 46 and 3. And now Eagle in Love is right alongside of Emperor's Cause. The 2 of them are heads apart. Brajol is being pushed along. Bold Victory is gaining ground on the far outside. Top of the Mint is in behind the front 4 as the field comes for the top of the stretch with Bold Victory sweeping to the lead now. It is Bold Victory in front. And then comes Brajol, followed on the inside by Eagle in Love, and then Top of the Mint and Red Revolution. And Emperor's Cause down at the rail. Bold Victory opening up here. Bold Victory in front by 3 lengths. Eagle in Love giving chase in second. Bold Victory is the leader as they come on for the finish. Bold Victory victorious under Kendrick Carmouche. Eagle in Love was second. Red Revolution checked in third.
Bold Victory, the winner, in a pretty comfortable win here, coming back into this non-winners of 2 condition over the 3 Eagle in Love.
Yeah, good job by Kendrick keeping him. You know, to say he kept him closer would be the wrong way to put it. But he has been more involved earlier, right? The old Bold Victory, the 0 for 12, the 0 for 11 Maiden, he would have been nowhere near the lead at this point. They went past the 8th hole. He was 2 in front. And that's completely changed his outlook and his performances. I mean, there's no way around it. He ran against much better last time. And then that race is sandwiched between 2 pretty easy victories. Good job here. Public was able to identify him correctly. He was the 2-to-1 favorite when all was said and done. Eagle in Love ran just like that, 5-to-1. Attended the pace, hang around there, ran well for second. At the very least, now going forward, you'd have a little bit more confidence putting some money on him.
And how about the 2, Red Revolution, as he ended up getting third. He was very far back early on. He broke okay, and I actually just saw the head-on on the simulcast feed. He actually did get slammed by Eagle in Love and had to take back at the start. He was very far back, though.
And it was a continuation kind of thing. Okay,
yeah.
So Eagle in Love ducked in at the break and just kept drifting, and kind of really took him out of the race. He lost some position again. He's also the kind of horse where he just seems like he gets discouraged.
He invites trouble almost, yeah.
And he gets discouraged and disinterested. Like some horses will stand there and take it. Maybe it happens to him so much that he's just accustomed to dropping out of there because he wanted no part of that fight.
Bold Victory, the winner, though, of race 2 at Belmont. Kendra Carmouche in the saddle for Linda Rice. We'll bring you prices and reactions in a bit. You see that big smile from Kendrick Carmouche, the infectious energy into the winner's circle. Also look ahead to the second half of the year. Maybe the Triple Crown is over, but with Rich Strike early voting and Mo Donegal, winners of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown, all in play, that should make for a pretty exciting summer still to come.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, go to americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. The number 5, Bold Victory, was victorious in the second race, getting a drop in class versus what he faced last time out. And Kendra Carmouche, as always, all smiles, standing by with Maggie.
Always good to catch. Sorry, I'm giggling because we're watching my girl Grace perform, Kendrick. But this horse, Bold Victory, you came back and said, I got this guy's number now. What's the secret to this horse? Because we were talking about, you know, he was devoid of speed early on in his career. Now he's able to lay a bit closer, which I think led to this victory.
Yeah, I rode him first time out off the layoff in Aqueduct, and you know, he now broke that sharp, and I just let him sit back there, and he made a little lackadaisical run, and you know, I started looking at the replays again. I thought I should have moved around the turn a little bit more. He looked like a turn horse to me, and man, when he runs around the turn, he just gets a better stride, and by the time he switch leads, he really get going, and as you can see, you know, he made his turn at the 5:16 point, just kept running from there. I mean, Linda and the owners spotted this horse well, and that's all I had to do is get him home.
You've talked about that before, horses that want to run around turns. Now, you can't really say it's centrifugal force around Belmont because it's so big, but is that just horses wanting to run more on maybe their inside left lead?
Yes, and you know, some horses want to, they get away from horses around the turn, so that helps them, you know. It helps them from being nervous. It can be a lot of reasons why they don't choke up if you let them run around the turns, you know, let them get comfortable. But it goes with riding horses a lot to understand the horses that you ride, to know run around the turn, and the ones that don't like it, that only got an 1/8 of a mile, 3/16 kick. So this horse have like a 5/16 kick, and you just got to keep him clear and got him to the winner's circle.
Kendrick, I want to ask you about this Saturday in the feature Grade 3 Poker, overachieving New York bred that we saw you reunited with last time out, second, going back to the New York bred stake. But Sanctuary City, he always shows up. What's the key with him possibly to win, and what is a short field in the poker?
You know, the horse runs very consistently over the years for me, and the thing is, you got to just get him going before they get going, I think, in my mind, so you can get to them a lot quicker, because once they get started, it's hard to beat those horses. I mean, last time he had a perfect trip. Tom Morley ran a horse in that race, and Jose kind of let his horse run down the backside and put Javier in the perfect spot where he could have won the race. And once I saw that going down the backside, I knew I couldn't make up the ground to beat that horse. That horse was sitting in a perfect spot. And with that being said, I love his shot going into this race. Small field, but if I can get him going before they get started, I can ride home hard.
I love it, Kendrick. Best of luck with him and on the rest of the card today.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kendrick Carmouche, always a pleasure to catch up with, and it pays when Kendrick knows the horse. He seems to figure them out, which leads to victories, Acacia.
Horsemanship, preparation, it all comes together. As he said, he's got bold victories at number, Anthony, and certainly paid off, as you can hear the way that he's describing how to ride this horse and watching the replays. And you love to hear that from a rider, too, that work input as to how each horse will handle the track. And they're all different individuals, these animals.
When you listen to these interviews, you can pick some stuff up out of there. So from what I take out of that is that 5/16 of a mile run comment, right, Acacia? Well, I just looked down. He's run 3 times at Belmont Park. He's won twice, and he ran in an impossible spot last time out. So now it leads me to believe, okay, between what Kendrick says about that 5/16 of a mile run, Maggie's comment that the turns, the force on the turn is not as strong here because it's just such a big sweeping turn. You think the bigger turns are in all likelihood better for that horse, better for this horse. Now, what you keep in mind is the next time he's going to run, it'll likely be at Saratoga, which probably will not be to his liking the way Belmont Park is to his liking.
Meanwhile, back to the start, keep your eyes on the number 2, Red Revolution, as he does break okay. And then, as you mentioned, Anthony, Eagle in Love came over, and we saw Eric Cancel forced to really kind of steady back Red Revolution, and that's how he ended up so far back early on.
See him throw his head up in the air? That wasn't Eric. That was him.
Yep.
That was him saying, I don't want to be any part of this. That's not a good thing for a horse who doesn't get away from the gate cleanly, because he's subject to getting a little bit of a squeeze job. And it obviously affects him more than it affects most horses. The funny thing is, you know, I'm watching the simul feed, like you said, he's so far behind still, yet he comes flying again to get third money. So one of these days he's going to break. He's not going to get accosted.
He won't know what to do with himself when that happens.
He's not going to get accosted coming out of the starting gate, and he's going to run well. By the way, Kendrick, that beard game's on fleek. It's not the Big A's beard, but your beard's looking good, my man. I know you've been trying to grow one for a few winters up here in the Big Apple. It's looking pretty good.
Kendrick Carmouche with the win in race 2. Meanwhile, this weekend, it was Irad Ortiz aboard Mo Donegal in the 154th Belmont Stakes, a race we always look forward to, we always wait for, as the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. Take a look at him at the start, and then you have the top 2 finishers, Nest, who did not get off to a good start, and Mo Donegal, who broke okay. Sonny Leon told me after the race that he felt like, and you could see it here even, Rich Strike had his head cocked, he wasn't comfortable, he wasn't really getting over the track very well. He was done pretty early, but the 2 Pletcher runners with a huge effort.
Rich Stryker looked around and said, I don't see any twin spires. I don't see any mint juleps. I'm not in Kansas anymore, Toto. I got to get out of here. Yeah, Mo Donegal, fantastic effort. The filly ran her proverbial eyeballs out.
She did.
She did not get away alertly. Jose Ortiz gave her a fantastic ride early on, getting her back into that position. I was a little angry turning for home. I thought maybe he should have stayed inside, but there really wasn't any room for him in there. He did what he could. They both ran winning races. I thought Nest ran a winning race, and there's no dominant force in this division right now. I think anybody who thinks, if you think there's a dominant 3-year-old, you own him.
Yeah.
That's the truth of the matter right now. You're politicking for the year end, for that Eclipse Award. You're politicking at this point. It's a fun group of horses, though. A fun group of horses. I think the best one might be the one that can go the shortest, and that's Jack Christopher right now. But it's a fun group of 3-year-olds. You see the brothers celebrating.
That's awesome.
As they should, yes. That's a big thing. Todd runs 1-2. Mike Rapoli runs 1-2. The Ortiz brothers run 1-2. And, Mike Rapoli has said numerous times his Kentucky Derby is the Belmont Stakes. We used chutzpah earlier on the show. I'm going to say it again. That takes chutzpah. I can't use the words I want to use. I can't use any of my Italian words, so I'm going to go to chutzpah. That's a bold thing to say when you invest the money he invests, right? That you want to win the Belmont Stakes and you get to run 1-2 with your silks. I mean, look at that. That's got to be a record for the most people in a Triple Crown race winner's circle, right?
Yeah, you had all the partners from Donegal Racing. You had Mike Rapoli, who told me he had 75 people with him.
I think I was the only guy from Queens not in that winner's circle picture.
I'm sure
on
of that.
Saturday.
Yeah, because you were up here. Here's the top 3-year-olds in 2022 so far. As of course we had the winners of all 3 races of the Triple Crown. Zandon. Don't forget about him, as he's pointing towards the Midsummer Derby in the Travers. Jack Christopher, who we saw just dominant in the Woody Stevens, and Chad Brown saying he's keen to stretch his speed, try to get him onto the Travers, kicking things off with the Haskell.
That's what I mean. That's a fun list of horses because there are some question marks and there are some certainties there. To me, Jack Christopher is the best. Now, when you say best, to what point? At a mile, I'd bet Jack Christopher against any of the horses on that list. At a mile and an eighth, I don't know which way I'm going because he hasn't shown me he can go a mile and an eighth yet, right? Yet, if you tell me he's running against Zandon or he's running against Epicenter at a flat mile, the Naira Bets account is at 0-0-0 if he loses to those 2 horses going a mile. That's just how it is. That's how it is. So it's a fun group because there are still some questions to answer.
Well, which one are you most looking forward to for the rest of the year?
Andy's going to give me something for this, for Chad and Seth Klarman. I'm most looking forward to early voting, and here's why.
Because you danced around Belmont when he won the Preakness?
I did dance around Belmont when he won the Preakness. I absolutely did. And the Naira Bets account was not at 0-0-0. We want to see what Jack Christopher can do going long. We want to see Zandon ring the bell. He's lost more than he's won. This horse hasn't. He's done nothing but win. He got beat by the Belmont winner the only time he got beat, and he's won going 1 turn, and he's won going a mile and 3/16. He answers all the questions. There's not uncertainty there. And the fact of the matter is, I'm pretty sure if you loaded the 3 Chad Brown 3-year-olds into the starting gate right now, Zandon, Jack Christopher, and early voting, he'd be the biggest price.
Yeah.
And he's a classic winner, which makes 0 sense to me. He is the Rodney Dangerfield right now of this crop. It's like everybody's forgot about him. He gets no respect. Meanwhile, he's the one that gets the right trip, right? Jack Christopher's probably faster than him early, even though he's a pretty fast horse. He showed he could rate in the Preakness. He ticks all the boxes. The other 2 still have questions to answer. To me, it's almost a no-brainer. I think Jack Christopher's the best, but he doesn't have early voting. The questions Jack Christopher has to answer. I'll take more certainty. As I get older, I want to be more certain about things. I'll take the certainty. I'll take the one that ticks the boxes. That's early voting.
The one wearing the black-eyed Susans. Look, it's Andy Sterling.
That helps, by the way. Oh, look. Hi, Andy. That helps, by the way.
An excited winner's circle after the Preakness Stakes, as you mentioned. I mean, it is kind of incredible to see that early voting, sometimes a little bit of the forgotten horse. And, I mean, it speaks to the bench strength of Chad Brown, too, when your horse that won the Preakness is the one that kind of gets forgotten about.
That graphic we had up, if you loaded those 7 horses into the starting gate, he'd be the longest price.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
That's ridiculous. He's the Preakness winner.
Early voting. We'll see what he has in store for us for the second half of 2022. It'll be a lot of fun as that 3-year-old championship still very much up for grabs. But somebody who's looking to add to his collection of hardware, got the Eclipse Award for Champion Jockey for the first time in 2021, looks to do the same in 22. Joel Rosario eyeing up a big second half of the year.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street. It was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Nick Sco. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the paddock Met Mile Day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5-1. I mean, I knew Nick Sco was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
Well, he beat Nick Sco, which everybody knows who Nick Sco is, and that was even that much more exciting and, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
You know, he's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
Wait to see the progeny of Met Mile winner Silver State on the racetrack. Just stunning individual as he stands out at Claiborne Farm. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. It's time for race 3 at Belmont, going a mile on the main track. Anthony, here's the field, starting with the turfed dirt runner Jumpster.
Back in for a tag. Last time he was entered for the claiming price, he won the 16-2 life. Gets your Eclipse champion rider Joel Rosario in the boot.
Here's Dangerous Edge, second off the claim for Rob Atras.
Yeah, he ran well behind the Ringer Secret Rules last time out. Stretches back out to the mile. I think that's his best distance, and he should work out a cozy trip under Dylan Davis.
There's a horse with speed. Can he sustain it? Spectatorless.
Yeah, he'll be in front. His 2 wins from 17 tries have both come at the mile distance. He ran well. He was just a length and a quarter behind Dangerous Edge, and some feel he ran better last time.
Off a little bit of a layoff since March. Convertible Freeze.
He ran against much better last time out. Got the job done twice, 2 in a row in December and February. We'll see if the break for Jimmy Ryerson does him well.
Here's Hold the Flight coming in from Parks.
Yeah, Penny Pierce ships this one up from Ben Salem, PA. She's come up here 5 times. 4 of the runners have hit the board, so her horses can run well here. This horse got the job done for 42 life, 2 back.
Biggest price on the board, here's Forever Wicked.
And he should be, has not hit the board since April. 4 starts back, rather. Another one going turf to dirt.
And the 7, Don't Be Late.
Went gate to wire last time over Tough Tickets, who came back to win. Red Revolution just came back and ran 3rd out of that race, so a little bit of a decent race so far. Going to be forward in here. I can't imagine he'll be in front of Spectatorless, but should be close to the pace with Louis Cardenas.
Looks to go 2 in a row for trainer Dave Donk. 7-1 right now on the board. Favorite 5-2 is the 2 Dangerous Edge for Rob Atras, who was second last time out. Another pretty wide open betting board. His favoritism now shifts over to the 4.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you, that Convertible Freeze is the favorite in here. I didn't have too many strong opinions today. I thought Dangerous Edge was going to be very, very tough this afternoon.
Well, we'll talk more about this race in a moment as we'll bring in our former champion jockey, Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, want to get your take on this 3rd race, but first, we were having the conversation of what we're most looking forward to as far as the 3-year-olds in the second half of the year. Who is it for you?
Well, it's definitely Jack Christopher Acacia. I thought he was the best 2-year-old. Unfortunately, he was injured, couldn't make the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but they gave him a lot of time. Chad Brown brought him back slowly, methodically. Nice run in the Pat Day Mile, step forward in the Woody Stevens going 7 furlongs. We'll get to see him stretch out to the 1 1/8 of the Haskell. And I just think he's the best horse. He's exciting. Chad Brown's got an embarrassment of riches with 3-year-olds on the dirt. Obviously, Zandon, your Preakness winner, early voting. But Jack Christopher, to me, has that sparkle, that brilliance that you look for. And I think at the end of the day, he's going to turn out to be the best 3-year-old of this crop, and I think this is a pretty deep crop, so it'll be interesting. Speaking of deep races, I mean, we only got a 7-horse field, but I think there's a lot of directions you can go right here in race 3. And I think the 2 Dangerous Edge, he looked great in the paddock. Got kind of hot once he got to the racetrack. I was a little surprised. Kind of got a little bit lathered up on his neck. It's a pretty, fairly cool day. And I don't know if that's out of character for him or not, but I took it as a little bit of a negative. The 4-horse coming back off of a little bit of a freshening, Convertible Freeze, looks great. Carrying good weight, maybe carrying a little too much weight, but he looks really, really good for trainer Jimmy Ryerson. And the horse that won me over, Don't Be Late. I know he's stepping up big in company, but boy, this horse looks really, really sharp. He's carrying good weight coming off a hard-fought victory, and maybe that race is just going to steal him up and make him take a step forward. I'm all about the 7 with the outside post and Louis Cardenas from the Dave Donk barn. Don't Be Late.
I like it, Richie. Thank you. Don't be late. He's making a nice impression out there on the track. The question will be, Anthony, as he just notched that non-winners of 2 condition, he steps up to face the next level of competition, and that's always a challenge. It's a logical next place to go, a non-winners of 3 restricted race. He just step up a little bit in class from the 16 to the 35 as well.
I wish I could have bet on who Richie was going to like in here. This horse, I mean, the field looks good on the track. He looks like from up here, he looks like a man amongst boys.
Yeah.
He really, really does. And he's a big price. That is way too big a price on this horse. Yeah, it's a big step up in class. It is. I mean, he's running against horses. Dangerous Edge, like I said, kind of ran into a ringer last time with Secret Rules. I feel like Convertible Freeze probably ran against better last time out as well. And he handled Don't Be Late very easily, the one time they met. But the way he looks on the racetrack from up here, and you got Richie downstairs in the paddock and out here with him. And we're up. I mean, he just looks like.
Now he wants to do dressage.
Yeah, now he wants to. That was like an usher move during, he did a little sideways, like he was pulling his own collar just now. I stole that move from Usher, by the way, when I'm on the dance floor. I did it at your wedding.
I thought Usher stole it from you.
It worked. No, Usher, you're very good. No, I stole it from Usher. If you're playing this race, I think he's the one where you want to use him in your exactas because he's a good he's a big enough price to justify trying to get him into the exactas, trifectas. He's certainly an exacta and trifecta horse, and he wouldn't be the worst horse you'd ever take a flyer on at 6-1 in the win pool.
And Dave Donk's barn has been in a good groove over the last few weeks as well. Taking a look at the 5, Hold the Flight, who, as you mentioned, we've seen the barn send in some well-meant horses from Pennsylvania. This is 2 starts back at Parks, his win in a 40 optional claiming non-2 allowance type of race, as he did get the win there, and we see him come here to New York to try his hand in this field.
Andy gave out a good stat earlier today on Talking Horses on our pre-race show. Penny Pierce has run 5 horses on the circuit, a win. 3 of the other 4 have run I've hit the money, and the one that didn't was 70-1. So that tells you, and the one thing you usually see from the Parks horses, this is kind of a oxymoron, usually see inconsistency. That tells me that she not only can run well up here, but ships with a purpose.
Yeah.
She's not just sending anything on the van to come up here for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yep.
So I think that's, the intent. We talk about it in a race with riders and the pace scenario. But intent in this game is so important. She doesn't put them on the van for no reason. She puts them on the van because they can win, or at the very least, they're not going to embarrass themselves. This horse makes some sense as well.
Meanwhile, Joel Rosario picks up the mount for Gary Siaka, and it seems like the horses Joel has ridden for this barn have been, you talk about intent. When Gary Siaka reaches out for Joel, and Ron Anderson, Joel's agent, gets a lot of calls, I'm sure, as far as people wanting Joel to ride their horses. Joel Rosario, who picked up some big wins as well this week, of course, with Clairiere notching the 2nd Grade 1 of her career with a tremendous performance in the Phipps, Jackie's Warrior, Devious Dame. Joel Rosario riding Jumpster here in the 3rd race.
In the silks, he wore the victory in the 2013 Kentucky Derby when he piloted Orb. Yeah, he had a big weekend as well. Clairiere finally putting it all together. Boy, if there was a horse ever built for Belmont Park, it was Keen Ice. If there was a filly ever built for Belmont Park, it was Clairiere, and it came to fruition this weekend with that big win in the Phipps.
I know Latruska was beat, but boy, those fillies threw it down in that Phipps race.
They really did. That was a good
exciting rendition.
There were battles around the racetrack between Latruska and Search Results early and Clairiere and Malathat late. Fun race. That was a fun race. It was a good result, but it was a fun race.
We'll see if Joel Rosario can win the 3rd here. Everyone looking for the 3rd win of their career. Here's John and Brielle live at Belmont.
Set now for race 3. And they're off. Don't Be Late, extreme outside. The gray spectator list now moves up. Spectator list takes the lead. Hold the Flight has advanced into 2nd. Jumpster is down at the rail. Dangerous Edge in between horses. Don't Be Late on the outside. And then it's a length back to Convertible Freeze, who races in 6th. Then Forever Wicked, the trailer in 7th, up the Belmont backstretch with Spectator List, the leader here by a length. Hold the Flight is next in 2nd. And then it's Don't Be Late, Jumpster, Dangerous Edge all together. The quarter went in 23 and 2. Convertible Freeze has 1 horse beaten at this point, and that is Forever Wicked. Spectator List, the leader by a length and a quarter. Hold the Flight giving chase in second. Don't Be Late jumps to right together. Dangerous Edge in between horses. On the outside is Convertible Freeze, who's now moving up a couple of spots. Forever Wicked continues to trail. They are midway around the far turn, half mile in 47-1. It's still spectatorless. The lead is down to a head. Hold the Flight on the outside, running in second. Don't Be Late is in third. Dangerous Edge down towards the rail. On the far outside is Convertible Freeze, who has tailed off a bit. Then comes Forever Wicked. Jumpster now the trailer. Off the turn and into the stretch. It is spectatorless. Hold the Flight. Dangerous Edge. Three of them across the track, and here comes Dangerous Edge now to take over. An eighth of a mile to the finish, and it is Dangerous Edge the leader. Hold the Flight runs in second. Spectatorless is back in third. It is Dangerous Edge who has the lead, and Dangerous Edge will do it under Dylan Davis. Dangerous Edge, then Hold the Flight, and Spectatorless.
Dangerous Edge, second off the claim for Rob Atras, finds the winner's circle today. No secret rules to deal with this afternoon.
You couldn't have said it better, Little A. There was no secret rules to deal with in here today. I mean, the ultimate bring Paul LaDuca to your softball team ringer with secret rules in that 25-3 life last time. And you get the extra furlong, and you don't have to deal with a horse that has run second in stakes races in his career. I'm such an idiot. I talked myself out of betting this horse for two reasons. The main reason was how well Don't Be Late looked on the racetrack. The second reason was the fact that, and this gets back to the conversation from the second race, the fact that Convertible Freeze was favored into this horse today led me to believe this horse was dead on the board. He was a little dead on the board, but he was live on the racetrack, which is where it counts. Gets the job done by a length and 3/4 at the end.
Dylan Davis with the win for trainer Rob Atras, 2-5-3-6. Got some good prices underneath him. Spectatorless, who set the pace, hung on for third. Nice finish from him as far as picking up a check once again, but Dangerous Edge getting the victory.
And Penny Pierce, another one in the money. 5 of 6 in the money now with a victory coming up from Parks. You love to see that. And those are little tidbits that you just put in the back of the memory, right? Again, intent. You know they're not coming up here because there's no race for them at Parks. They're coming up here because they belong up here. And that is so, so important and a nice little piece of information to have in your hip pocket.
Hold the Flight coming in from Parks, finishing second, another one in the money. But Dangerous Edge, the winner under Dylan Davis. Bringing prices and reactions after this. We'll also look ahead at all of the great live racing still to come here at beautiful Belmont Park. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication-free. In race number 3 at Belmont, it was the 2 Dangerous Edge, second off the claim for Rob Atras, who finds the winner's circle today, and Rob is standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. With Rob Atras, who's having a terrific Belmont stand. Last time, Dangerous Edge ran into kind of a buzzsaw horse dropping down Secret Rules.
He did, yeah. No, I thought he ran credible that day. He caught a real tough horse, and I think today he took a step forward and he ran big. Dylan gave him a great ride.
Rob, you got Maracuja. Nice comeback for her, and then she didn't run quite as well in the Apple Blossom. What's the plan for her going forward?
Yeah, she really just wasn't herself that day. You know, it was a very tough race, and you know, we probably couldn't have won that race that day. But you know, that she just wasn't herself. We got her back up here in New York, and she's improved in every work since we've got her here. So as of right now, we're targeting a race at the end of June, possibly at Thistledowns.
Okay, Thistledowns. Now it's a pretty big purse, though. I think it's like $250,000.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, mile and an eighth.
Rob, I always think that it's 2 components that make a top trainer. One is being a horseman, and the other is being a manager. And how important is it to manage horses, find spots where they can win and not have to get to the bottom of themselves all the time?
Right. No, exactly. Yeah, trying to develop horses and you know that was kind of the idea with Maracuja, to kind of give her a race where she could win, which she did. And then you know things obviously didn't work out the second race, but you know there's a fine line between like you said, emptying them out every time and trying to find races where they can move forward off of.
And is that one of the reasons I'm looking down, better than 22% at Belmont, better than 24% on the year? How much thought process are you constantly looking for those little spots where you'll have a little bit of an edge?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of factors, you got to take in consideration, what the owner's got, invested in the horse and, the conditions left of the horse. So it's, it's a constant moving puzzle. So, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't.
Well, it's working out more times than not. Guys, I love the way Rob manages horses. If I was a rider, I'd tell my agent, you camp out there because this guy runs horses where they belong.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be on the winners and Dangerous Edge. A winner here. Richie for trainer Rob Atras, second off the claim. Dylan Davis, who rode this horse last time too. $7.30 winner.
Yeah, that's one of the decent cousins. Some Jingle, $7.30. I'm not that aggravated on Some Jingle. Max would have been bad. $7.90. You'd have seen a little bit of a temper tantrum up here. Great price on a horse that just made a ton of sense today.
Yeah.
Good job by Rob and Brittany as always.
2-5-3 in the third. At Belmont, we have a New York bred Maiden claiming, but a very interesting race in race number 4, first turf race of the day, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field, and once again, pretty wide open board. Rob Atras has the current favorite with the 4, Just Nyquist, who ran a good race at this level last time out, as he'll look to make it 2 victories in a row on the card.
Yeah, it was first time level, first time New York, first time state breds last time. A race that was marred by a little bit of a spill. But yeah, this horse ran well enough and I thought was a very likely favorite and probably a likely winner today.
Manny Franco will be in the saddle. We'll talk more about this 4th race from Belmont Park in a moment. We'll also look ahead to what is still to come for the rest of this week as far as our American contingent over at Royal Ascot. Wesley Ward, always a big name with runners there, looking for the first Ascot win of the year towards the end of this week. And with 2 runners, trainer Christophe Lamont, as he could have a big Friday coming up.
Loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. Big Hay, he's ready. He's excited over there on the other side of the set because we're about to talk Royal Ascot. I know.
Oh.
I know this is what gets you excited.
Oh, it gets me excited,
You got your
all right.
top hat?
Yeah, I got my top hat, all right. I got my Mets hat. That's what I have. I'm going to a Mets game tonight.
Yeah.
I got my Mets hat in the car. I don't know about no top hat. Only top hat I have is my Monopoly box.
I'm just going to let that one slide. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on as far as our Americans running over at Royal Ascot. The King's Stand took place. Golden Pal, who typically, Anthony, so fast out of the gates, missed the break this time around, and that really hurt him as he ended up finishing a disappointing 16th.
Yeah, a lot of things going on here. He didn't break. Another horse lost a rider at the start. This Australian, though, I don't know if it would have mattered if he would have broke or not. This nature strip is real deal Holyfield. I mean, this horse is no joke. You don't see turf sprinters win like this anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, this horse is just he's a force to be reckoned with. And now I guess he'll go back to for the carnival, for the winter carnival. So yeah, I mean Australia. We can talk about Australia. I love my Australian racing.
I didn't know that about you.
I've stayed up till many a 3 in the mornings playing Australia.
They love
with my
their
old
racing
man.
there too. That's for sure.
Sunline, Might and Power, some of the old '90s horses that were just dominant forces. It's a shame they can't come over for the Breeders' Cup. But yeah, Golden Pal, a horse like Golden Pal, his day's over when he's 5 lengths behind the crew at the start.
I love that he even had to beat the loose horse there, Nature Strip. He was impressive. The Thunder from Down Under, giving Australia a win at Ascot. First time in quite a while.
Big effort.
Big effort from Nature Strip. But a horse that we saw here in Saratoga last summer, State of Rest, who's gone on to be successful worldwide. He won the Cox Plate and he won the Prince of Wales, at Royal Ascot for trainer Joseph O'Brien. Young trainer already picking up an Ascot victory.
How about these NYRA races turning into key races worldwide? Of course, thinks he's Pitbull. He goes around the world and he wins everything now. I mean, this is a heck of a performance, right?
Yeah.
The second horse has him dead to rights from the 1,000-meter pole home, and he wouldn't let him. I'm convinced they could still be going around there, and he wasn't going to let him by. Love horses like that. You love horses who just have that tenacity, it's not that they know where the wire is, it's just you're not getting by, that attitude where you're not getting by me. It's the greatest attribute a racehorse can have.
And I think I saw it on Twitter after the race, too. Somebody said, I think it's time we give State of Rest some respect now. He's kind of, like you were saying, horses that just don't get the respect. I mean, he's won Group 1s, Grade 1s, literally all over the world, in America, Australia, England, and that was a tremendous effort.
Yeah. I mean, how many horses in life have done that?
Yeah.
Right? And, he's winning. He's not just winning any Grade 1s. He's winning them on our circuit. He's winning them during the... Right, he won the Cox Plate at Mooney Valley. He's winning at Ascot. I mean, he's winning the races you need to win to get those accolades, and just nobody gives him any respect.
Meanwhile, Wesley Ward, who always is dangerous over at Royal Ascot, yet to have a Ascot winner as of yet, but he still has a couple of chances as far as Ruthin and Campanelle do go. Those would be the last 2 chances for Wesley Ward to have a Royal Ascot winner. Campanelle does seem to be his best chance remaining as you take a look at this horse's effort back in the Giants Causeway, and we'll see if this horse can give Wesley Ward that always sought after Royal Ascot win.
You know what the problem with this race is, Acacia? Did she get enough out of it? I mean, she
just did it so easily.
Yeah. I mean, I think it helped that she was wide throughout, and I wonder if that was all done by design.
She's a very talented filly.
She's a very talented filly. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, that's a tough row to hoe over there. Wesley's made it look easy, right?
Yep.
Double-digit wins. He does it the right way, though. He goes over there and makes them play his game. That's what you have to do. I think you need to have that. You need to take every advantage you can. You know, there were a few years back where we had some sprinters go over, some older horses go over there, some older sprinters go over there. That's not you don't play their game. Make them play your game. And Wesley has had so much success over in Ascot, I'm convinced anyway, because he makes them play his game.
I do think oftentimes Americans have a better chance going to Europe with sprinters in particular.
Sure.
Because that's a division where our horses are stronger overall.
We have faster horses.
The European turf horses, a mile and up, are just oftentimes in another level.
Yeah, I don't want to play that game.
And they're very, very tough to beat. But that's what makes it even more impressive when, I mean, you look at a horse like Tepin, who was able to hang over there too.
You know, you're also allowed to go there without your horse. You are allowed to go to Royal Ascot and get the tucks and tail. You can go without a horse. It's not a prerequisite to bring a horse there. So if you want to, you're so intent on going to Royal Ascot, I'm sure Stretch can help you put a package together and get a Stretch. Of course, helps a lot of our horsemen and women get wherever they go around the country. I'm sure he can put a beautiful package for you together. Probably get your tailor over there too.
We still have some rooting interest coming up, including for trainer Christophe Clement, as he will send out Pizza Bianca and Coronation and Slipstream in the Commonwealth both Friday morning for us here in the United States, as we take a look at his horse In My Wake, a first-time starting filly, coming up in race number 4 up next. We'll talk more about this 4th race at beautiful Belmont Park after this.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
I call this the back 40 because nobody knows it's here. And everything's always a work in progress.
The owners of Shamrock Hill Farm consider themselves lucky to have produced Derby starter Brooklyn Strong,
And they're off.
who earned his trip to Kentucky by earning Derby points in the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes.
And it is the New York bred, Brooklyn Strong.
But retired chemist Gerald Prudhomme and her husband Michael Gallivan, who was a retired dentist, don't count on luck to keep their farm going. They develop systems for everything and are guided by one philosophy.
The horses come first. Actually, all the animals on this farm come first, and then it's the people. Come on. fine.
They're proud of the fact that so many of the horses they breed make the races. They believe that's because they plan the matings for their broodmares by matching up the physical looks of the stallion with the mare.
We look at the phenotype of the stallion and the phenotype of the mare in question. Try to match them up. And we go to Kentucky and look at the stallions, see which stallion we think will complement a certain mare.
Cheryl and Michael put up all the fencing themselves and finished the inside of a barn without outside help. The only time the two of them left the farm at the same time was to watch Brooklyn Strong and the 2021 Derby. In spite of working 24/7,
it's a labor of love, but it's labor.
As always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as we have the New York Breds in the spotlight in race 4 on the inner turf, going a mile and a 16th, the maiden claiming race, a competitive race for sure. As we take a look at the field, Anthony, as we have one scratch, the number 11 Oak Loves a Fight does draw in, so we have a field of 10 to go the mile and a 16th on the inner, and the number 4, Justin Nyquist, currently 8-5, as Rob Atras looks to make it 2 victories in a row on the card.
Yeah, this was another little bit of a head scratcher for me. I wound up on the favorite, but I do not have. I would not take that price if I was gambling here. I certainly would not take that price. I thought this was to be a little bit high. I thought there was enough stuff. I picked this horse, but I thought there was enough stuff going on to warrant a little bit more of a price at the windows at your NYRA-Bets account.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of the field. Here's Valencia Island, who stretches back out in distance.
I don't like this horse, and especially at that price. This horse goes back out to the distance, gets Javier back. There's a couple of layoff lines here. She's taking a lot of money, though, on the drop.
Drop in class. Here's the 2 Inkblot, who's been at this level.
I'd much rather bet on her 10-1. She has 2 turf races. I thought they were both okay. She showed some speed last time. She was well off the pace 2 back. I think she needs to find that middle ground, and I think she can get a piece of the price.
Thought with a yielding turf course last time out. Here's the 3 Miss Malala.
Yeah, she was a gigantic price, almost 100-1, went 4th to round out the Super 2 back. Didn't do much running last time out. She'd need to run that race 2 back to get a piece.
Your favorite, Justin Nyquist.
Yeah, back to the turf last time, first time this circuit, first time this level. She makes a lot of sense. She's just a terrible price.
8-5 right now on the board. Here's the number 5, Luis Saez picks up the mount on Quiet Type.
Yeah, big rider switch. I thought this horse was raced 2 back could get her a piece. Maybe she didn't like the yielding turf last time out. I thought her turf races back in May of last year were okay, running against Sport Model and Adriatic Rose. Maybe she can get a piece of the price.
First time starter in my wake.
Yeah, it's daughter of midshipman, just 4 published works. Lasix, Trevor McCarthy, you'd know more than me.
Here's the 7, Unqualified.
Besides the great name, this horse is getting the drop. Blinkers go on. Get the apprentice Jose Gomez in the saddle. Out of sight. The winner of that day came back to win. Maybe second time out she wakes up.
First time on the turf. Here's Dance for Bourbon.
Yeah, Dan was 0 for 9 on the grass. Jimmy Ryerson just ran off the board with a favorite. This daughter, a War Dancer, though, going to get to what you would imagine is her preferred surface for the 3rd start of her career. She's way too big a price.
And those War Dancers love the New York turf courses. Here's the 10, False Hope.
Blinkers come off for Dominic Scatino. Horse debuted without blinkers. She hasn't done much running since.
And drawing in from the also eligible list, Oak Loves a Fight.
Yeah, she ran on turf going 7/8 last time out. She's going to run for a tag for the first time. Her lone distance race, she tired late. That was back in August of last year, and then you saw a break after that. I don't know. Maybe she's kind of run into shape. She's a pretty big price, too, at almost double digits.
Well, you could join NYRA-Bets today and play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and sign up and get a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match. They have the Ascot races on there as well on NYRA-Bets.
They do?
Yeah.
Wise guy.
It's true.
There'll be plenty of blogs up starting tomorrow as well. We'll have the must-bet race of the week, a little bit of a stakes recap. Must-bet race of the week is going to be the Pegasus down at Monmouth Park.
Nice.
Yep, 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
So still, we were talking earlier. Richie was talking about Jack Christopher. I'm looking forward to seeing early voting. We'll see how the second half, right? It was funny. They ran the Matt Wynn the day after the Belmont Stakes down at Churchill Down. So
Cyberknife back in the winner's circle.
Cyberknife and Howling Time put on quite a show. That was an unfortunate photo. But yes, second half of the 3-year-old season has started. So, yeah, take a look at that when you get a chance.
As we've talked about a couple times on the show, though, Manny Franco, that man right there, had a terrific week last week as he kicked off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with a win in the Wonder Again aboard Consumer Spending, who beat Pizza Bianca in the race prior. Stepped that up with a big effort here in winning this race in the Wonder Again, and she's a filly that's really come to hand as a 3-year-old.
Developing,
yeah.
right? I think that's the word you would use for her. She's a developing 3-year-old. I think in the beginning, you knew there was some talent there. I kind of questioned how far she was going to want to go. I got to tell you this. She gets a little love tap there, but this is pretty much hands and heels. This was a nice. She was supposed to win. Yep. But she did it in an impressive way, and you feel like, at least I do, that there is still a lot of room for her to improve.
Now, typically when horses open up early leads like this, particularly going this distance of ground, as they were in the Grade 1 Manhattan, they don't kick away like Tribhuvan did.
This race, a lot of people feel like Channel Maker's stumble at the start affected this race. At this point in their careers, Tribhuvan is just much faster than Channel Maker. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Chad runs 1-2 here, but Manny did an amazing job walking the dog on the front end. Like you said, Acacia, they don't kick away, right? More often than not, they start to come back. And that's a big margin of victory. But if what you were saying is right, and he would have started coming back instead, he might have got beat. Because Adhamo, his stablemate, was running at him late. It was just, as the great Tom Durkin would say, it was an insurmountable lead.
Well, Tribhuvan, impressive as you see. Manny Franco fired up. Chad Brown giving him a lot of opportunities over the winter. And I know Manny saying it was especially a big win to get the Grade 1 after getting so many opportunities for trainer Chad Brown. As Richie, I know you've had the opportunity to follow Manny Franco and his growth, his development, and we're really seeing him take that next step forward in being on these big stages.
Absolutely, Keisha. In a very deep jockey colony, a very talented jockey company, and top heavy with the younger riders, it is about getting opportunity. And once you get that opportunity, you've got to deliver. You've got to win. You've got to get your foot in the door, but then you got to kick that door wide open by producing. And Manny Franco's been producing. And one of the things that makes Manny Franco stand out to me as a rider is his physicality. The guy is just an athlete. He is tremendously strong in the finish, and I think he would have excelled in any athletic endeavor. He's just got that balance and athletic way about him, and he's got a big shot here, obviously, on the favorite, the 4, Just the Nyquist. I think she's a bit short, too short of a price. Big, rugged filly, more like a colt, very strong looking, should be very tough to beat here, but 4 to 5 is a very short price. I thought the 2 Inkblot was kind of interesting. Third start off the layoff. Both turf tries were good. I think this is the speed closest to the rail, particularly with the configuration on the inner turf course. Speed closest to the inside has a decided edge, and 15 to 1's too big a price. Talked to Pat Quick, her conditioner, and what the plan was. He says, I'll leave it to Luz, but he expects her to be forwardly placed. The 6-horse first-time starter, In My Wake by Midshipman. Seeing a lot of the Unbridled Song influence on the top side there. I like the first-time starters of Christophe Clements that come down from Saratoga. Last year, I thought it was a nice angle. Horses that are spending time up there with Miguel Clement just seem they flourish. They're well schooled. They come down and she's acting really classy. Like what I'm seeing, and she really looks like a turf horse. Big flat foot on her. Just got that longer slacker pasterns that Maggie always points out, and I just think she really looks turf meant. The 9-horse Dance for Bourbon got a big aggressive warm-up. First time on the turf, completely opposite of the 6 In My Wake. Just don't see a turf horse there. It doesn't have the proverbial turf horse foot. Just doesn't look like a turf performer to me, but pretty is as pretty does, and we'll see how it works out. But I'm going to take a little bit of a swing just because I don't like 4 to 5 on the 4. From the Rob Atchis barn, Just the Nyquist, I'm going to go with the 6 In My Wake. I'll take a little bit of a swing with the Stranger at 6 to 1.
All right, Richie, thank you. First-time starter In My Wake, filly by Midshipman. There's a look at the other horse trying the turf for the first time, Dance for Bourbon. Maybe not touting herself as a turf horse. As you mentioned, though, Anthony, the War Dancer progeny tend to take to it, and that's a question with this field, too, and I think that's a reason why the favorite is such a short price, is that she has kind of that proven turf form when a lot of others have some questions.
Yeah, she has the race that would just bury these horses if you think she's going to run back to it. Yesterday was National Bourbon Day. It would have been more appropriate for Dance for Bourbon to run yesterday.
Oh. It was National Rosé Day last weekend, so I was forced to celebrate.
Isn't that every Sunday night for you?
Pretty much.
That's what I thought.
Into the gate for the fourth race, as we'll be going a mile and a 16th on this inner turf course. New York bred maiden claiming race coming up next. Here's track announcer John Imbriel, the voice of New York Racing, standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for Quiet Type, False Hope, and Oak Loves a Fight. Set for the start of race 4. And they're off. From the inside, it is Valencia Island along with Inkblot. They are 1-2 here in the early going. As they make the way around the turn, Valencia Island is the leader. Unqualified has now moved up on the outside to challenge. The front two have 3 lengths on Inkblot next and third. Justin Nyquist down at the rail runs in fourth. And on the outside is In My Wake, who has moved up a spot from 5th. Then the gray False Hope running in 6th. Quiet Type is next in 7th. Oak Loves a Fight on the move on the outside from 8th. Miss Malala down on the inside, and Dance for Bourbon trails the field in 10th. The opening quarter mile over the firm turf, 24 and 4/5 seconds. They're midway up the backstretch. Valencia Island by a neck. Unqualified runs in 2nd, and Inkblot has moved to the outside in 3rd. And then down at the rail is Justin Nyquist next in 4th. False Hope is right alongside. The half in 50 and 2/5 seconds. Far outside is the first-time starter In My Wake. As the field begins the run around the far turn, Valencia Island is still the leader. The lead is a half length. Unqualified runs in 2nd, break of 2 to Inkblot, Justin Nyquist, and then comes In My Wake running in 5th, followed by Oak Loves a Fight. Then False Hope. Down on the inside is Miss Malala, then Quiet Type and Dance for Bourbon. Valencia Island is the one to catch. Valencia Island now kicks clear to lead by almost 2. Unqualified. Dropping back, passed on the outside by Inkblot. And here comes In My Wake. In My Wake gaining ground on the outside. In My Wake has taken over the lead. And In My Wake is going to win first time out here at a nice price. In My Wake won by 3. Inkblot was 2nd. Quiet Type came on for 3rd.
In My Wake, first-time starter gets it done, a homebred for Mosaic Racing Stable. So happy to see them with a nice win, as she was ready to roll at first asking under Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, Trevor gave her a really nice ride, too, that inside-out trip where she was covered up in the early running, produced right around the 3/16 pole, taking her outside of the trouble, and he just let her rip. Right on by the speed of Valencia Island. Inkblot ran on well. Big effort from Quiet Type, who was way back early under Louis Saez and came running to grab the show dough for Bruce Brown. 6-2-5. Looks like the gray False Hope was going to round out the super. No real effort from Justin Nyquist, who worked out a decent enough trip, but just didn't fire at all. And the MiG, I hope the MiG was all over this 7-1.
Yeah, Richie, nice price on the first-time starter In My Wake.
Yeah, in a race that just looked ripe for a horse that, was an unknown quantity. This filly was kind of interesting watching Trevor McCarthy, though. Going to the far turn, he was about 4 wide. And he took back a little bit to tuck back in. We know Christoph trains his horses to, travel in behind other horses, race with cover. He took back a little bit, tipped back in, got that cover, waited, angled back out, and boy, she exploded with a race that just did not have much pace on whatsoever. I'm going to ask the riders about the give in the course. Maybe that contributed to the really slow fractions, or is it just people reluctant to take charge of a race? I'll find out in a little bit, guys.
Richie, Doing the investigative reporting. We appreciate that. As in my wake, Trevor McCarthy, victorious filly, ready to roll at First Asking, as she does make a nice impression coming back on the racetrack. Fun fact, as Mosaic Racing Stable, the former owners of Sweet Flattery, who is now the stable pony, and he was alongside when this filly had her last workout.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
good
doing
price.
well in his second career.
She kicked up to it. She upticked too to 7-1.
A nice price on that filly at First Asking. In my wake, ready to roll. We'll bring you prices and reactions after this on America's Day at the Racing. We'll also talk more about the Atras barn, thriving as we saw in race 3 with a nice winner here in New York.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong. It's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com and make sure to check out all of the bonuses available to all of our members. First-time starter victorious in race number 4. In my wake, gets it done under Trevor McCarthy, who's standing by with Richie.
Who left everybody in his wake. Trevor McCarthy. Trevor, it was kind of interesting watching you ride this race because you were about 3 or 4 wide heading into the far turn. I saw you I could see your wheels turning, your brain working, and you took back a little bit to tuck in and get some cover. Was that a conscious thought?
Yeah, I was just down the backside. The pace was very slow, and, I was just stuck 4 wide, and I'm not always super comfortable on the turf being 4 wide as well as Christoph, so I just wanted to make sure I was able to save a little bit of ground. And it seemed like the horse, the runner-up, was just didn't know which way he wanted to go, so I was just being patient and waiting for him to make his move. And actually, shockingly, he kicked on. So when he did that, I was able to just get her back outside. And look, I thought she was much the best in here. I went up to Saratoga and I worked her a couple weeks ago, and just getting to know her that morning, led me with a lot of confidence to keep her out of trouble today.
How important is that, Trevor, to have that familiarity with the horse so you know what's underneath you?
Yeah, it's super important, especially with a first-time starter, to know, what you got underneath you and, what kind of caliber or class that she is. And, Miguel has done a great job with her, and they were very competitive by putting her in the right spot today.
Things have been going really well for you. You won a stake down at Parks the other day, your first grade 1 here earlier in the meet. How satisfied are you with the way things are going? Tough meeting.
I'm extremely satisfied. You know, you go down the list of Belmont and you see lots of Hall of Famers and even future Hall of Famers, and to have just as many wins as them, or maybe a couple more that wins than them, it just shows like, hey, how tough of a Belmont sprint meet it's been. And to get huge opportunities from guys like Christoph and Shug and a few other people, and to have some of the smaller guys keep supporting you all year around, it's paid off, and we worked really hard for this.
Congratulations. Keep up the hard work and the good riding. Guys, goes to Saratoga to work horses. I don't think you can get much harder working than that.
No, that's for sure, as a lot of riders starting to do that too, and that's what it's all about, Richie, Richie saying, going up to Saratoga with Anthony, Trevor McCarthy making the drive up last week. I saw Dylan Davis this week, Javier Castellano up in Saratoga. You got to work hard. It's all about those relationships. It's all about picking up the business in that way.
As the room gets deeper and deeper and the colony gets bigger and bigger and Saratoga's right around the corner, the fight to keep the business and to gain business gets that much tougher, and you get more entrenched. And hey, listen, everybody loves spending time in Saratoga. Why not spend a little bit more time up there?
Going out in the morning, and it all pays off. Trevor McCarthy with a terrific ride on In My Wake, winning at first asking. Well, we saw the Actress Barn in the winner's circle a little bit earlier on in race 3 today at Belmont Park. And whether it's claiming horses or Grade 1 winners, it's all about the team effort to give the horse its best chance on the racetrack.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect.
Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had zero interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. You know, she helps me out with, you know, the training to, you know, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
You know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, you know, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathot in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be third. All right, that's great. I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside, now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathot. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathot and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here, and it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there, you know.
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was, realized.
You know, just to have everything come together, it doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race, it just means a lot. It definitely gives you, you know, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and you know, just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but you know, we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
And there's a look at Bay Street Money, trained by Rob Atras, who looks to give the barn the second win on the day. Dylan Davis will be aboard this one as well. Bay Street Money, Anthony, had a nice win to break his maiden 2 starts back and looks to turn things around today.
Yeah. Ran against a salty bunch of horses, that you would like to say, last time out. High Tide's in good form.
It was pretty salty.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we'll say. I'll tell you right now. I have him 4th in here, but that's a crazy price on him. That's a really big price on him.
3-2 favorite, meanwhile, on what I thought was a competitive race here in this 5th race, Microphone for Chad Brown. Making the first start since April and does cut back in distance as well. Won so impressively at Tampa first time out, and we're kind of waiting to see this horse kind of get back to that. The horse that beat him 2 starts back, the Midday Image, that horse is fast.
He's fast and
early,
he's
fast late.
won a bunch of races as well. That was, that when you run into those optional claiming races anywhere, but especially down at Gulfstream Park, there are horses that have won 8, 9, 10, 11 times in those races, right? And he's just ran once Microphone in his life. I'm going to be honest. I know a lot of the better running got done along the inside paths the last time. His last race bothers me. His last race bothers me. Would it bother me at 5-2? It would still bother me, but not as much. This horse is way too short of a price in here. Way too short of a price. And he can absolutely win this race. There's not a lot of pace signed on. He'll likely be forward under Flavien Prat, but I wouldn't want him at that price.
3-2. There he is, Microphone, the Irish bred by Sayuni, as we'll look to see if that 4-year-old can turn things around, get back to the winner's circle today. Chad Brown, it's been a big spring so far, and that's an understatement for the current leading trainer. More on this barn and what they've accomplished so far after this.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
To America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Twilight Thursday here on Fox Sports 2 and Valley Sports Southern California. The live racing action continues here at beautiful Belmont Park. It's a little chilly by my standards.
Would you stop?
I struggle when it goes below 75.
Chili. Hey, go for some chili right now. Brachol earlier, chili now.
Boy.
You guys got to stop here today.
7 furlongs on the turf in this allowance for the 5th race at Belmont. There's a look at your favorite as Microphone, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown. We're used to seeing those two in the winner's circle quite often. We talked a little bit about him and what he may be doing in this race, but Dancing Buck, 4-1 right now as we take a look at him for Michelle Nevin. Seems to be a horse that is kind of racing into fitness. I think the 7 furlongs will actually suit him quite well as Son of War Dancer.
We'll see if Biz Buzz to his outside, the number 3, goes to the lead. But if he doesn't, I would imagine Joel Rosario is going to be aggressive here. This horse comes out of a pretty fast race behind Yes and Yes. Supply and Demand as well. You see Supply and Demand in the back. You see Dancing Buck in the pink, Supply and Demand in the back in the blue. And you see just kind of bottled up here behind horses. And Trevor starts to ask him to run this. On this day, Trevor McCarthy rode him. Joel Rosario's going to ride him here. He's in the box a little bit here. And I think you're right, Acacia. I think just kind of rounding into form for the birthday girl, by the way. Michelle Nevin's birthday today. Happy birthday to Michelle.
Yes.
You see Supply and Demand outside. You see Dancing Buck along the inside. And I would imagine after being behind a faster pace, extra 1/8 of a mile today, a little bit of a different pace scenario, I would imagine Joel Rosario is going to be a little forward. Joel, by the way, going to jump on an airplane after this with Jose Ortiz and head out to Royal Ascot.
He's got a couple of dates.
Yeah.
Coming up on Friday as Supply and Demand. He ran really well last time. I thought needed that race off the layoff too. But for more on the rest of this field, including the number 2 Dancing Buck who comes out of that race, Richie, time for the paddock report.
The jet set life of a jockey. Joel Rosario, Jose Ortiz jumping on, I'm sure, British Airways first class, heading off to Royal Ascot. The good old days. But let's talk about the 2, Dancing Buck. I like this horse a lot. Love what I'm seeing in the paddock. He's got that beautiful, rich, hydrated coat. I think the 3rd start off the layoff is the charm. I like the 7 furlongs for this horse. I think he's going to find himself in really good forward position in a turf sprint that doesn't appear to have a plethora of speed. I like Dancing Buck a lot on paper, like him even more in the paddock. A horse that I love in the paddock, but I think has a lot going against him is the 4 Ghost Giant, dappled out. Got that sleek look to him, really well turned out for trainer Rob Atras, and as all his horses are. But he's turning back in distance to 7 furlongs, even though he has won at the distance. I don't think he's getting a great setup because he's probably going to be fairly outrun early. But from a physical perspective, gosh, you got to love for the 4 Ghost Giant. The 7 Supply and Demand, loved his race last time, finished with a flourish. Looks great again. Just a really my kind of horse. Everybody's got a horse that they like the way they're built. They look for certain things. This horse is powerful behind. Love what I'm seeing. Anthony Dutra is just a terrific horseman, and I really think this horse is a major, major player here. And then the 8 Microphone. Chad Brown, what are you going to say? When I look at favorites and horses that are going to take a lot of money, I'm always looking for maybe some weakness, something to dissuade me. I can't say that I see anything, at least in the paddock, but I'll keep an eye on them as they head out to the racetrack, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. 3-2, such a short price on Microphone as this horse is mentioned, Midday Image, very, very fast horse who wired him that day in his race at Gulfstream. Disappointed last time out, though, behind Lonesome Fugitive, and some nice horses in that field at Aqueduct does cut back to the 7 furlongs here today. Meanwhile, Chad Brown, as mentioned, had a monster weekend as far as the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival did go. 4 grade 1s, not just graded stakes, Anthony, grade 1s for the barn. Did help when you had 3 or 4 horses to work with, but some incredible performances.
That $40 wasn't a typo, by the way.
Yeah.
That actually happened. Here is the remarkable Bleecker Street in the New York.
7 for 7 now.
I mean, there's more green here than
They were running out of different colors for the caps.
More green than at the U.S. Mint printing money here. And you're going to see Bleecker Street 7 for 7. And just another celebration here at Rad was really, really, really pumped up, getting the job done here. Virginia Way there, Rougier really didn't fire, but that was a big effort. And then you're going to see Regal Glory, another one. You know, it's fun to see Regal Glory. You think of the late, great Paul Pompa, and she's in her 6-year-old season now. And you just don't see that much anymore, Acacia. And it just goes to show you when you let them mature and run into their middling years, just how good they can be. She has turned into what a fantastic race mare in the last 19 months or so. Really, really remarkable.
Peter Brandt had said after the Pegasus Filly Mare Turf win, they were planning to retire her and breed her. And that was the plan. And they decided to keep her in training a little bit longer. And it's paid dividends, too, as she's always been a really good race mare, but she's just been better than ever. And this win, spectacular, certainly the dominant as far as the female turf milers do go. Be fun to see her take on the 4-star Dave.
You know what was fun about this? You could tell Jose he was almost angry, I think, at all of the attention Speak of the Devil was getting and some of the other filly, because when it was over, he was pointing down at the filly.
Yeah.
And it was almost like some respect here. Want some respect here. It was fun. It was a fun weekend. Chad's probably mad he didn't win more races.
Chad, what?
Chad's probably mad he didn't win more races.
Yeah. Well, here's the rest of the field for this 5th race. Bay Street Money went by. Here's Dancing Buck.
Yeah, we'll see if Joel Rosario is aggressive from that inside draw. I would imagine he's able to get around Bay Street Money and maybe control things here, unless...
This filly, Biz Biz Buzz, back on the turf.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. First-time Lasix, Jorge Vargas comes in for the mount. I would imagine they didn't ship up here to rate, so we'll see if he's in front.
Does have that early speed. Here is the 4 Ghost Giant cutting back.
Everybody seems to like this horse today, but they're getting 7-1. They're doing a good job keeping it a secret. We'll see if Rob Actress can win a second on the card.
Yeah, he's got a nice 1-2 punch in this race. Taking a look at the 5 Shiraz.
Yeah, 7/8 might be a little out of his scope despite winning a race at the distance. He's making his first start of the season since a November layoff.
Here's Stand Up.
Claim 2 back. Jimmy Ferraro ran him last time against a little bit better, I would imagine. He's coming back pretty quick, just about 2 weeks. He'd need to improve.
Supply and Demand, gelding by Exaggerator.
See how much pace he gets in here. If the extra 1/8 of a mile helps his cause, I seem to think he will. And he's a pretty square price at 7-2.
Microphone, freshening since the mid-April race.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Last time, his first start in about 9 weeks. I didn't love his last race. His races 2 and 3 back and get it done. But he's a very short price at 7-5.
Here's the 9 Bryce Canyon for Jimmy Tomer.
Yeah, he's an interesting one,
I
too.
thought
Always,
so, too.
Always good to see Jimmy in the entries. He ran behind Tango, 2 back. He came back to win an allowance race up here. Last time out, made the 3-wide move and tired. I wonder if the cutback helps this horse. I thought he would be half of his price.
You know, he was my long shot pick against Tango that day.
Wow, that's a tough beat, kid.
And
Made
he
the
was
lead.
Tango was the horse to beat that day.
Made the lead
Yep.
and got run down. That's sickening at 27.90 to 1. Wow, sorry.
Jimmy
I've
Toner.
been there, done that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Manny Franco will be aboard for Jimmy Toner. As you mentioned, always love seeing him in the entries. The number 4, Ghost Giant, though. Talked a little bit about Bay Street Money. Rob Atras has 2 in here, including Ghost Giant, who looks for his first win since June of 2021. So it's been over a year since he found the winner's circle. This is his race last time out at Monmouth, where he finished 4th.
Yeah, you know, everybody keeps talking about this horse today. I can't escape it. And let's repeat what you just said. He's coming off a 4th place finish at Monmouth. A 4th place finish at Monmouth. And the amount of people, and the people who I respect who like this horse today, it scares me. His last win came for a quarter against Outrageous Bets and Nuts for Bolts a year ago. I'm almost at a loss for words. I mean, that's rare. I'm speechless. I don't know. But you know what? Here the problem is, I don't talk people off of horses that are 6-1 or higher.
Yeah.
So if you want to have at it, go log on to your Naira Bets account and fire away. He's 7-1. He's a good enough price, I guess.
Warming up well on the track for more on this horse. Richie, what do you make of Ghost Giant out on the track?
I'm still trying to get over Anthony being speechless. But I tell you, on the racetrack and from a physical perspective, he really, Ghost Giant, man, he kept attracting me to him. I didn't really care for him that much on paper. I just on the turn back in a race that doesn't appear to be a tremendous amount of speed. Sometimes that backfires. A lot of riders, they look at the form like us and go, wow, there's not a lot of speed. Well, I'm going to be a little closer, and things wind up heating up. Conversely, sometimes it looks like a lot of speed, and everybody comes out looking at each other, taking a hold, and no speed's on. So reverse psychology. But from a physical perspective and the way you warmed up the 4 Ghost Giant, certainly if you like him, I'm not going to try to talk you off him. I'm on team Stabile here. I just don't think going 7/8 here, it's going to work out well for him. The 2 Dancing Buck is going to be my top selection. Got a quieter warm up. Joel tends to kind of have horses run up into his hands. I hope that he's forward because, again, I don't think there's a lot of speed in here. But he got a very kind of quiet, sedate warm up with the pony. And sometimes, it doesn't matter. Certain horses need to kind of be warmed up and set off a little bit. Maybe Dancing Buck's not one of them. But he made a great impression in the paddock, continued to make a nice impression on the track, and I think the race sets up well for him. And the 8 Microphone, he got a good aggressive warm-up under Flavien Prat. He looks great. I just think, it's kind of a short price. If it was a Chad Brown horse that was 3-1, I might have leaned that way. I'm just looking for better value, and I think the 2 offers that.
All right, Richie, thank you. 6-5 on Microphone now, as he's been a short price throughout. And I think, Anthony, too, that's the power of Chad Brown and the Forest Green Silks of Peter Brandt.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Chad's name. You see Flavien Prat climbing aboard. These are the times I feel like you need to take advantage of the money being wrong. Now, that's a bold statement that I'm going to go ahead and assume that this money is wrong. Whether this horse wins or loses, this money is wrong. This horse is even money right now. And this horse is not even money to win this. This horse, you're going to stand, you could sit or stand there and tell me with a straight face that this horse is 50% to win this race?
Late scratch of the number 7 Supply and Demand, as may not necessarily change dynamics of the race, but this is a horse who seemed to have a big chance in here on paper. So late scratch, Javier Castellano taking his tack back, and we'll hitch a ride back over front side. So do know, especially if you're playing the late pick 5, late scratch here of Supply and Demand.
Yeah, and you'll get scratched into the post-time favorite, who obviously is going to be the number 8 Microphone. And that makes his price even shorter. He's now 4-5. Right, like you said, Acacia, he's an important scratch, not because of the dynamics of the race, but he was borderline second choice, and now 3-5 on the favorite makes him even less palpable to take.
Yeah.
Right, he has a main contender out of here to run him down, if you will. Right, Supply and Demand would have been running at him in had things gone accordingly. Now, he won't have too many. I don't think he has too many. He'll have to hold off.
That could be the question as far as Dancing Buck, who has early speed. Maybe he's able to kind of run away. You do have Biz Buzz in the race, who looks sharp out there on track, has shown speed recently in his last couple of races, both on turf and dirt. And you'd imagine Jorge Vargas Jr. would send him, especially given his attitude. And Dancing Buck doesn't have to be too far off of it. He's kind of in that catbird seat, whereas maybe Microphone will be right behind him, and you'd kind of hope one could outkick the other.
Yeah, the race kind of lines up 3-8.
Yeah.
Right?
He's not going to be too far off of it, Microphone.
I can't imagine he's too far off of it. And I can't imagine that Dancing Buck, if I were Joel's won a few more races than I have.
A few?
Just a few. But if I were Joel, I'd leave out of there. Because around here, I think what you see is when there is an aggressor, there's a lot of backing off. And if you think that your best chance to win is by being in front, this horse has won on the lead, he's won from off the pace. I wouldn't mind Biz Buzz going and just sitting off of him if I'm Joel. But I'm leaving out of there running. And if you want to put some pressure on me, you can come put some pressure on me. If not, I'm going to go try and steal this thing on the front end.
Tactically, Richie, with the scratch of a pretty key closer in here, how do you expect this race to play out?
Well, Anthony might not have ridden as many winners as Joel, but I'm sure he's watched probably more races than Joel. And I, in fact, have ridden more winners than Joel, and I'm right along with Anthony. Come out running. Get your position going forward. Don't come out of the gate waiting for someone else to make a decision for you. Make up their mind for them. And if you come out getting your position going forward, good things happen, guys.
We leave it to Richie. He says it so modestly, but it's true. Okay, well, I've ridden more winners.
You didn't say anything wrong just now.
Mm-mm. It's a boss move right there. I like it.
It is a boss move. You're right. You're 100% right.
I
That
like
is a very
it.
boss move.
Get your position going forward. We'll see how this race plays out. Again, late scratch of the number 7, Supply and Demand. Biz Buzz off the layoff, giving them just a little bit of pause. Into the gate he goes. Potentially holds the key as far as how this race is tactically played out. Race 5 at Belmont coming up next. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And Bryce Canyon. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 3, Biz Buzz, now moving up. Dancing Buck is the early leader with Shiraz on the outside in second, Bay Street Money. And Biz Buzz right together third and fourth. And the Gray stand up on the outside in fifth, followed by Ghost Giant and Bryce Canyon. And the odds-on favorite, Microphone, is the trailer in eighth. Dancing Buck leads here by a half length. In between horses is Biz Buzz. And to the outside, Shiraz. So 3 of them across the track through a quarter in 23 seconds. Bay Street Money sits off the front runners in fourth down at the rail. On the long side is Stand Up. And then it's the duo of Ghost Giant and Bryce Canyon. Microphone continues to trail as they go around the far turn. Dancing Buck, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Biz Buzz in second with Shiraz in third and Bay Street Money towards the rail and now moving up. And then comes Ghost Giant with a stand-up on the outside. Microphone is down towards the rail as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. It is Dancing Buck and Bay Street Money. The 2 of them are heads apart. Microphone is on the inside of Ghost Giant as the field passes the 8th pole. It is Dancing Buck with the lead over Bay Street Money. Microphone moving into third, but no threat to Dancing Buck, who gets the job done here by 3/4 of a length. Bay Street Money was second, then Microphone and Ghost Giant.
Dancing Buck takes them every step of the way. The real story here is, though, I wish everybody could have experienced what I just experienced up here on the set. You can't even call it rooting. It was a Christmas song serenaded to Joel Rosario, and it was fantastic.
I've been doing this for 10 years.
I've heard you do it before.
The first Noel, you just whistle the beginning, and then you break out the biggest Joels you possibly can from the 3/8 pole home. That's just what we do. The difference in price between Dancing Buck and Microphone in the late pick 5, the horse must be used. And then in a perfect world, Biz Buzz does not break, never rushes and puts any pressure on, and Joel's left to just walk the proverbial dog on the front end.
Microphone found himself last, and Biz Buzz, who we saw balking a little bit going into the starting gate, did not break sharply. And I don't know if it was distraction or not 100% ready off the layoff, but did not break well. And Joel Rosario said, okay, I'll set the pace.
Yes, for the birthday girl. Happy birthday, Michelle Nevin.
What a nice birthday gift.
Yes, nice and easy job on the front end under one of the best riders in the land.
Joel Rosario and Dancing Buck with the win in race number 5 on the turf at Belmont Park. We will bring you prices in a bit. We'll also look back on something pretty special that we saw this past weekend in the Met Mile Flight Line. What happens, though, when he may meet Life is Good, another very, very fast horse? And we'll see who becomes the top dog in that division. More after this.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
America's Day at the Races continues, as our program, as always, is brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 5 in the books, and Dancing Buck was able to lead them on a merry chase. Happy birthday, trainer Michelle Nevin. Joel Rosario got this gelding by War Dancer quite comfortable on the front end, and he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, it was fun for me to watch. Joel, you came out running with Dancing Buck, and the other speed right outside of you, Biz Biz Buzz, got left. How immediately aware of that are you?
Yeah, it looked like the horse was just, I mean, he broke really well, and then it looked like the other horse took a little time to just kind of get him going with a break, and then, you know, just be happy, and let the horse be happy in there, and then he was just there for me.
You have such an ability to put horses to sleep almost. Like you're in front, but you're giving them a breather the whole way. Can you feel that in your hands?
Yes. I mean, it's all up to the horse, you know. I mean, sometimes they just, you know, but he seemed like, you know, he got there and he relaxed, he looking around, he was just enjoying what he was doing up there, and then he was just always just waiting for me to tell him what to do.
Hey, now, Joel, you're going to be going over to Royal Ascot. When do you leave?
We leave tonight, and yeah, we look forward. So we have one for Christophe there, so. Yes.
And you ride Slipstream for Christophe. What kind of trip are you looking for with him?
I mean, just it's different scenario. You know, I know for, you know, probably he never been there, but we'll see. We'll see how the speed. Normally, we kind of want to get a little position and then see how, you know, how the speed going. And they're just a different style over there. You know, it's a little different for the horses. So we'll see if he handle it and then go from there.
So you got a great agent in Ron Anderson. He does an amazing job. But he's not bashful about putting you on planes. How do you handle all the travel?
I mean, yes, you know, Ron is the best. I mean, you know, thanks God I have him, and thanks for everything he, you know, he do for me. So you know, just a lot of traveling sometimes, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, and he did what he had to do here. Fun for me to watch, Joel. Horses run into his hands, and it's a thing of beauty to watch.
So strong is Joel Rosario, $8.40 winner on Dancing Buck. And yeah, he'll be aboard Slipstream coming up on Friday at Royal Ascot in the Commonwealth Cup. As it's a straightaway and drawn towards the outside, but they kind of typically break in 2 groups.
2 packs.
Yeah, going to either side.
Gravitate to the rails, yeah.
Yep, so definitely, as Joel said, a much different scenario than anything that Slipstream has handled before, but he knows the horse well, and very exciting as he and Ron Anderson, the dream team, you could certainly say. Race 6 at Belmont, New York bred, allowance, optional claiming, going 6 furlongs on the main track. Another wide open board. You have 2 horses at 5-2 and 3 at 7-2 right now on the board.
Yeah, I think when ultimately the public will settle on St. Selby, the number 3, who's your slight favorite right now. But yeah, this is an interesting race. I actually like St. Selby a lot in here.
St. Selby for Rob Atras, looking for another one on the day. But As mentioned before the break, this weekend, not only was it the Belmont Stakes, but the Met Mile, which we expected to be a throwdown, turned out to just be another walk in the park
A
for
beating.
a horse who didn't break well. Flightline down on the inside. Junior Alvarado did everything that you could have hoped for with Speaker's Corner, putting him on the front end and kind of cutting off Flightline at that point. You thought, oh wow, he's in a great position. Flightline just breathes different air.
If you liked Speaker's Corner, and I didn't like him, I loved him. I couldn't have sat down the night before the Belmont and written a better script as to what happened here. Junior Alvarado did a great job of putting Flavien Prat and Flightline in every bad spot they possibly could. And he just took him out of his element on the front end. He put him in tight without making it dangerous, and none of it mattered. I don't use the F word on the air as often as most people do. This horse is a stone cold freak.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around it at this point. Because he takes a horse who's a multiple graded stakes winner. He won our Grade 1 Carter Speaker's Corner by the length of the stretch. And he chews him up and spits him out at the 3/8 pole of the Met Mile. I mean, where everything went Speaker's Corner, right there. 3/8 pole, that black and white pole.
He's not even riding him
Not even
hard.
riding him. He's not even riding him, Acacia. He's, you know, right now he gives him a little cue. Okay, we're going to get to the quarter pole. Let's get a little separation here. I don't know who's coming. That's one of the good things about Flavien Prat. He doesn't look back a lot. I hate jockeys that look back. Everything's in front of you. And now it's just like, all right, big boy, do what you got to do. We're used to this now. He's a freak because he shipped across the entire country for a barn that has had historical problems. I mean, not bad, awful numbers. They're just flat out awful numbers shipping. He's a horse that lives his life in the bubble. And he came over here in one of the most prestigious races in the world. He took on who I thought was the best one-turn horse in the country, and he made a mockery of him. Everything going the other horse's way, and he just devastates him. Whips turned, the crop is turned down the entire way. I mean,
he never even asked him really to do anything. If you watch Flavien Prat's hands and the way that he rode this horse, like you said, just a couple little cues, but really he never fully got into him. He never really asked him for his best.
Ridiculous.
He didn't need to.
It was ridiculous.
He just did everything so easily. And he was a horse that he got pretty sharp out there on track. Didn't break well down to the inside, as you mentioned, and could make things. Well, actually, you know, we had a pretty crowded Belmont Stakes winner's circle. Flightline's winner's circle was pretty crowded as well. People were pumped up for this win, and it was actually kind of cool in the paddock as they got the call for riders up, and he was doing really well at that point. As he was on the walking ring, the crowd started applauding as he went by. People just so excited to have the opportunity to see him race here in New York.
he's a singular talent.
Yeah.
He really is, and now they're going to. It looks like they're going to ask him the ultimate question. The Pacific Classic out at Del Mar. Looks like it's next. That's 1.25 miles, and you would imagine that after that it'll be the Breeders' Cup Classic. Should he perform well, good thing for him is he could always cut back to the Breeders' Cup Mile. We have the Cigar Mile around one turn to end the season as well. So over at the Big A, yeah, I mean sky's the limit really. I mean he made me a believer. I was trying to beat him.
Well, Richie, I know that you've been really impressed with what you've seen from this horse, but Flightline just absolutely dominant in the Met Mile. What do you make of him going forward, though, as he will try to stretch that speed out?
Well, he answered some questions in the Met Mile that he never had to answer before. And what would he do when he wasn't in the most comfortable of positions, when he was put in a compromising position, which Junior Alvarado did with Speaker's Corner, within the boundaries of the rules? That's the art of race riding. Putting your rivals in tough positions without going over the line. He had a steady twice. He got jammed back. How would he take the kickback? He's laid second in the clear before. We found out about Flightline's character. We knew he had a world of ability, that he was a freak, but the fact that he could overcome adversity now shows a whole nother dimension, and I think the sky's the limit. I love when a horse has to answer those character questions. It's like other athletes. They're world beaters when things come easy, but when they got to fight for it, when they got to reach down and work for it, who are they? Well, we found out Flightline is for real, and he's a horse that has character.
He certainly showed that on Saturday, Richie. Flightline. We're very excited to see what he could do through the rest of the year. We thought Perhaps Speaker's Corner could be a real rival for him. What about a horse waiting in the wings? That could be a real rival for Flightline. Life is Good is back training at Belmont.
He is.
Returned from WinStar the end of May. Has had 3 workouts back at Belmont with Todd Pletcher so far. We thought he versus Nick's Go in the Pegasus World Cup was going to be a throwdown, and he just ran away from that field like they were standing still.
We've had a lot of disappointing matchups so far. We've had some great races, but we've had some just races that haven't materialized. This one didn't materialize either. Yeah, trip to the Middle East did not go well, and now he's back on state soil.
Our head was patting Life is Good before they even got to the wire.
Yeah, well, when the gate opened, the Nick's Go was 3 lengths behind him. He could have started patting him the first time past the wire if he really wanted
to.
Yeah, we'll see where he winds up next. I wonder how Todd Pletcher brings him back. Does he point for a race like he's going to run in the Nehru, right? And then what's the plan after that? Is it the Whitney? Is it the Forgo? Do you go hunt the big game towards the end of the year, or do you go to the Whitney? I mean, to me, the most prestigious race in the world for older horses on the dirt is the Whitney.
Right.
That's what I'd be pointing for. Too quick back for Flightline. I say that half tongue-in-cheek, but it really is.
He just runs.
Yeah, by appointment only.
Yes.
Life is Good, however. It looks like the Nehru to the Whitney would not be out of the realm of possibility. So we'll see how Todd plays it, and it'd be great to see these two hook up at some point. You would imagine it would have to be at Keeneland in November.
Well, let's hope that we get a chance to see that matchup materialize. 2 very, very fast horses, very, very good horses as well. As it's time for us to say goodbye. Been a lot of fun.
Yes.
And we'll do it again tomorrow, I believe.
We will, yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to it as Maggie Wolfendale and Andy Sterling coming up to take you the rest of the way on the set. Richie Migliori sticking around as well. Stay with us as we get ready to kick off the late pick 4 from beautiful Belmont Park after this on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and here we are in the paddock for race 6 at Belmont Park. Interesting allowance race, and we'll start talking about the entry first. The one, Our Man Mike, owner breeder Barry Schwartz, named for his longtime trainer Michael Hushin. deep closer. One of those horses that I call a bicycle horse, a horse that if you're not pedaling, he's not running. Trevor McCarthy won on him 3 back, and he certainly earned his money. He'd like to see some pace on up front and try to set up a big late run from him. The 1A, Admonson, interesting, used to show a lot of speed. More recently, not quite as much speed. Asked trainer Horatio DePaz, was it kind of in the cards that maybe he'd show more? He said he hopes so, but he's going to leave the riders' tactics up to them, not giving them any instructions. And then towards the inside, the 4-horse, excuse me, I'm getting my notes right here. Big Bobby, I love what I'm seeing from this horse. He's coming off a bit of a freshening, hasn't been seen since January. He looks fit. What a really strong, good-looking individual for Dreammaker Racing and trainer Belmont. And I really like what I'm seeing from Big Bobby here in the paddock. So it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out from a pace standpoint. But I know someone we got back on set, someone who's just as comfortable in the paddock as she is up on the desk, our own Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Meg, that's very kind of you to say. But yeah, up here on the set, somewhere I don't often get to be, I think you may have misspoke. I think I am more comfortable in the paddock. But I'll do my best up here as we do see horses making their way to the track for this 6th race, and New York breds contesting, and looking forward to this one as well as the 7th race coming up, as we see kind of a matchup of stables who will send out 2 formidable horses. Christophe Clement sending out Diamond Hands as well as Canisi, and Chad Brown sending out Spicer as well as Bahamian Club, as I do get to welcome in my co-host for the next few hours, Mr. Andy Serling. And Andy, as I said, we have some good racing coming up here to boot.
You start out by saying you're not up here that often. You're not up here often enough, Maggie, for me.
Wow.
We love you in the paddock, but we
Completely
have fun.
flattered.
We always have fun in the
Oh,
set
totally.
together. I'm totally looking
Totally.
forward to spending the next couple hours with you. Yeah, I thought it was a terrific card today. There's a lot of interesting races throughout. You mentioned the 8th race coming up. I think we have a very interesting race coming up here. I'm very interested in a horse at a price named Gemography, who's 8-1 right now.
I'll be interested to see if they took the blinker off that horse. He was wearing an extension blinker in his first start for Rudy Rodriguez. But we kick things off here with the Horacio DePaz training number 1, our man Mike, off a little bit of a freshening.
He needs an awful lot of pace to be effective in here, and I just don't know, even if he gets it, if he's good enough. He's the weaker half of the entry.
Yeah, here is the more accomplished Admonson breaking from that far outside post coming up from Maryland.
And there are times he's had extreme speed. I think this is a race to use his speed. A, it helps his chances, and B, it helps his stablemate chances. And I really believe that if you can look past his last race out of town, he's good enough to win here.
Kelly Breen steps double shot off first off the claim.
Yeah, he's another deep closer that just might not be fast enough.
St. Selby experimented on the turf. He's back to the dirt where he's 2 for 3.
Yeah, he's the main speed in here. I just don't know if he's really good enough. He's been running against weaker horses than these. He'd have to improve, but maybe a controlling speed gives him a better chance.
Lukewarm favorite on the board off a layoff is number 4, Big Bobby.
Big Bobby's one of these horses that can run fast enough to win, but he doesn't get the job done very often. Second a lot of times and always overbet.
Yeah, sometimes the power of syndications, too, is number 5 is Mass Marauder. Huge number 2 back. Ran okay, though kind of regressing in figures.
Yeah, kind of a wild card, to be honest with you. I mean, the question is, where did he get that race to back? He runs it here, he's going to win. But if he runs any other race he's ever run, he has no chance.
Well, Gemography goes first off the claim for Linda Rice, and it looks as though she's just put a pair of French cup blinkers on him, though a pretty full cup.
Yeah, I'll expand on him a little bit more after the post parade, but I think he's a classically dirtied up horse that fits very well in this race.
You mentioned some speed, Andy. Doesn't Bronx Bomber provide some of it?
Well, you would think so, but with Eric Cancel riding, he could also be last early because for Eric, the farther back he is, the better off he is. But you would think he'd be forward because while he's run okay rating, he's never won a race rating. The only races he wins are on the front end.
Well, if you want to play this race, which does kick off the late pick 4, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. New members can earn up to $200 using promo code MATCH200. Check out NairaBets.com where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join today. We'll take a look back at Big Bobby. You know, last time we saw him, Andy, I thought the argument could be made that he was a little bit against the track back on January 1st.
Well, any horse that was trying to close on January 1st was against the racetrack, but he ran poorly in there, even against the track. He never showed up at all, and he's been laid up since then. Maybe they just felt he'd been running too many races. I think this is a couple races back. Maybe we're looking. No, this is Amundsen we're actually looking. No, I don't.
This is on December 3rd. This is two back.
This is him running second. It's what he does. This race really collapsed. It had a very quick pace. He actually ran pretty well in here, Maggie, because he, of all the horses that were at least attending the pace, he finished the best of all. Once again, he's kind of the horse to beat, but kind of a horse to bet against. Is that fair?
I totally get you because he's just always a short price. And I do think he is a horse that probably did not appreciate the sloppy track, kind of a bigger, heavier horse. Those don't tend to run well over it. And two, maybe something happened out of the race because we haven't seen him now in nearly 6 months.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, maybe they just looked at him and said, you know, he's been running for 7 months straight, or actually 8 months straight. You know, he runs lousy. Maybe he just needed a little time. There's plenty of races for him this summer. So you almost wonder, it could have been a combination of those things. Listen, he's good enough to win. I think he's a better horse than St. Selby. On the other hand, St. Selby has 1, 2 of 4 starts, and he is the controlling speed. But to me, St. Selby is fool's gold, even though he can win, I suppose. I just don't want any part of him.
Now, do you think Amundsen, who we are checking out on the racetrack right now, last time out, he was at Laurel. It was a pretty quick pace in which he dropped back sharply going into the turn. Now, this is his race 2 back in which he won. He kind of adopted this new running style where now he closes from off the pace, whereas early on, when he was running some fast figures, he was setting the paces.
Yeah, he couldn't make the lead in this race if he wanted to. So I think it was just one of these situations where I think he just adapted to circumstances, and he adapted quite well. He was also a ridiculous overlay. The favorite there was Secret Rules, who we finally saw claim for $25,000 when he finally won a race the other day, and he just kind of gone the wrong way. But he got the right setup. But I just think in this race, he has to adapt to circumstances and be more forward.
Yeah, we'll see. He does break from the outside, playing the break. I'm sure will be Manny Franco, but you are interested in Gemography, who has traded hands in his last 3 starts. This is first off the claim for Linda Rice. I know, Andy, I was interested in him going back to the May 14th effort, first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. I talked about that blinker. I see a lot of horses act negatively to that blinker addition more times than they act positively. Looks as though he's got a regular pair back on today. Why do you like him, though?
Well, he was 5-2 in a tougher field last time out, or arguably as tough a field, if not tougher. And he hates a sealed track. There's a mistake, I think, that people think that horses like or don't like wet tracks. I think that's nonsense. Most horses handle both of them. Look at the 3 races recently showing on sealed tracks. He ran like garbage in every single one of them. You go back 2 races, he was wide against a gold rail behind Mr. Phil. He tried Jackie's Warrior there today. What do you think now? Lobster, My Boy Tate, New York Traffic. Which one of these horses was he possibly going to be competitive against? In this race, he fits.
He does fit, arguably one of the weaker fields that he's faced in recent memory as we go down trackside and check in with our champion jockey, Richard Migliore. Hey, Mig.
Hey, Maggie, and I have trouble with the name, but I'm going to try to say it properly now. Amundsen, I love the way he warmed up. I do think he'll be more forwardly placed. I think just being outside, he won't have to deal with any kind of kickback. I think he'll find himself in more of a stalking position. He looks fantastic on the racetrack, and I think he is a major player. The 4 Big Bobby will be my top selection. I think this is a bigger, stronger horse. I think he's grown up. I love the way he was moving on the racetrack. I think that layoff did him good, and he looks very fit to me. And I think he'll be lurking right in behind the pace. So my pick is the 4 Big Bobby. The 7 Bronx Bomber looks fantastic. He is dappled out. He's a horse that carries his condition. He's run 37 times, and I've never seen him look this good ever before in my life. I mean, he's looked good in the past, but I don't think this good. I do have some concerns. I think it behooves Eric Cancel to allow this horse to freewheel. He should be laying 1 too early, but much like life is like a box of chocolates, you're never quite sure what you're going to get.
Richie's really pulling out all the cheese for my appearance, okay? I mean, really.
Not a Forrest Gump fan? What's going on?
Richard Velveeta Migliore. He's got it all going on today. He's just waiting because he and I are going to be together in the set on Sunday, which I'm looking forward to.
Oh, you got some hosting duties.
Shut up. I'm miserable at that, but I'm happy. I'm just, you're much better. I'm just not a great host. I don't know if I'm good at anything, but I'm not a great host. I'm willing to acknowledge I'm not a good host. I'm not willing to acknowledge I stink at anything else. I may, but I'm not willing to admit it.
There's respect in that.
It is what it is, Mag.
Well, we do see them heading in line. Favoritism still sticking with Big Bobby. And on the board at the same price, that horse going in St. Selby. Will a return to the dirt do the trick for Rob Atras to pick up his second win on the card? To find out, we'll throw it upstairs to our very own John Imbrial for the call of race 6 as we kick off the late pick 4.
And we are ready for race 6. And they're off. A good start for St. Selby, who has the early lead, challenged quickly by Bronx Bomber, and the two of them are heads apart. Amundsen's on the outside, next and third. Then it's Masked Marauder, along with Big Bobby. They're heads apart, fourth and fifth, almost 4 lengths. Back to Gemography, and a big break back to the two trailers, Double Shot and Our Man Mike. A battle up front, St. Selby on the inside and Bronx Bomber on the outside. The quarter 22-1. Amundsen sits just behind the front runners in third. Big Bobby is down at the rail, and on the outside is Masked Marauder. It's 7 or 8 lengths to Gemography and another 6 back to Double Shot and Our Man Mike. The battle up front continues. St. Selby and Bronx Bomber, they arrive at the top of the stretch together, with Amundsen being asked for more in third. St. Selby has the lead now over Bronx Bomber. St. Selby in front, Bronx Bomber on the outside in second, then Amundsen and Masked Marauder. They're coming on for the finish, and it is St. Selby with the lead, and St. Selby was able to handle Bronx Bomber and win at the end by 3. St. Selby, Bronx Bomber, Amundsen, 1, 2, 3 in the 6th.
St. Selby gets the job done gate to wire. Andy, it looked like they were rolling up front, but nobody else was able to make up any sort of ground.
When Rob Atras gets in these runs, and we saw him sort of get a kind of a horse that doesn't like to win earlier in the card, Gallop, his horses run extremely well, and I do think he ran better than he'd ever run before, but I'm going to say that nobody in this field ran a step besides this horse. I mean, not a single horse closed any kind of meaningful ground. We're not seeing a track that's carrying speed, at least so far today. This horse ran. I mean, where were the others?
You know, it's interesting with your horse, and I noticed he did it last time too, your horse, Gemography, who you liked and were interested in. He switches, or he doesn't switch at all, around the turn on his outside lead, and I know from experience when a horse is on their outside lead around a turn, it's a very uncomfortable scenario for the rider and for the horse to try to corner like that. But St. Selby, he was pressed the whole way by Bronx Bomber and flicked that horse off like a little mat.
And nobody made any kind of move at any point in this race. A very bizarre race, to be honest with you.
It was unofficially 3-7-1-8-5, as Andy mentioned. Nobody really changing positions, and a final time of 109.3 as St. Selby is making his way back to the winner's circle. Kendrick Carmouche gets his second win, as well as trainer Rob Atras on this twilight card. We will have more on this race, as well as the Grade 3 poker. It's maybe the lone turf race, Grade Stakes, that Chad Brown hasn't won yet in his career. He's going to try this time around, though, with the talented Mason, as well as Public Sector. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day on the Races, Day at the Races, with much more to come.
Consistently versatile, with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Charles Fight running on. Mason in front. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for spending your Thursday evening with us here at America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, who stands many a nice sire, including St. Selby sire Canceros, as this 4-year-old son, trained by Rob Atras, ran away with the field here in race number 6 as Kendrick Carmouche, he picks up his second winner of the day. St. Selby returns at 7:20, and it's Richie's turn to have a Carmouche interview.
You know, we're doubling up with Kendrick today, and I'm happy that I get an opportunity to interview him this time. But Kendrick, some people label you at times, not rightfully, that you're a speed rider. You're a position rider. You get your horses to break and get position going forward. What's the knack to that?
I mean, listen, the races win the first 16th or the first quarter of a mile. You got to get position, break good, and make every pole winning pole when you have the horse to do it. You know, today I had the horse that was the favorite, and he broke really sharp. And you know, I saw Eric horse coming from the outside, and my horse gets a little tense, but I never reach and grab him again. I just stayed with the same hold. Then once I figured he was relaxed with Eric being next to me, then you can see me grab a hold right past the half. Once I grabbed my hold and just dropped my hands, I knew I was a winner. He just done everything else so easy, you know. Just don't grip him so much and just let him run free, you know. Hopefully, you know, they get tired chasing you. That's the whole motive of being on the lead.
Well, Kendrick, you just hit on something, and I kind of walk the public through this a little bit. You're in front. How do you walk that line? How do you judge that? Not going too fast, but not taking too much away.
Well, you got to remember how fast you break out the gate the first quarter on how fast they going. Then you can adjust your horse to his stride, not your stride, his stride. Once you adjust him to his stride, just leave him alone. That's the best thing you can do. Don't grab him. Don't take him off his stride. Once he get into it, just drop your hands. And, hey, if he's the best horse, he's going to take you to the wire all the way around. You know, my biggest thing is breaking out the gate good and getting early position. Sometimes you lose races that way, but most of the time I'm going to win that way.
I agree, and it's fun to watch for me as a former rider. I think it's beautiful. And, guys, I think it's a perfect definition. Not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast.
And that is a line that Richie has taught me since I've worked with him.
Richie's pulling out all the stops today. He's just excited to be on with you and I. He's got it all going on.
Well, here's your late pick 5. Follow along. Fairly formful as of now. 2 second choices taking the first 2 legs. Interesting condition coming up next in the starter handicap. A lot of tough old knockers here in race number 7. And we will have more on race 7 coming up in just a moment.
And moving up now, taking the lead, 4-star Dave attacking on the outside. Here's Adam Smith, player of trumpets is all done. Leck now has to angle to the outside, and then coming down to the final furlong. 4-star Dave is hanging tough with the lead. Adam Smith driving hard. Leck next in third, and Scott the Great 50 yards from the line. 4-star Dave will win it.
4 years after he won his first poker, he did it as an 8-year-old with our very own Richard Migliore aboard. 4-star Dave, he was an astonishing racehorse, and it was fun to look back through his PPs to see that his trainer, Leo O'Brien, almost had the same setup, running him 3 times in June. He'd run him in the Jaipur, then he'd find an overnight stake or a starter handicap or allowance race, and then he'd go on to win the poker. He did that twice throughout his career. And as we bring in Richie, you've talked so many times about this horse, and obviously his affinity for Saratoga was second to none. But let's not forget how well he ran anywhere he was running. I mean, to win 2 pokers, he was truly a special horse. What was it like to ride a horse, Richie, that just seemed to know how to win no matter where he was?
Well, he was a lot of fun to ride and be associated with. Just because he always was a horse that people talked about because of his longevity. So they wanted, to ask you about him. He was, such a part of a conversation. And even though he ran well in Saratoga, and he loved Saratoga, more to the point, he loved firm ground. He really liked when he ran over the top of the ground. Interesting enough, he's beaten a Klarovich stable horse here. So Seth has been in the game a long time and has had continued success. But 4-star Dave was one of those horses that had charisma, he had longevity, and those are the things that form a fan base when people get to, start anticipating a horse's return. But he liked it in the summertime very much because he liked firm ground, and when he could run over the top of the ground, he was tough. What a really, really fun horse to be associated with.
Well, Richie, well done for a horse you rode throughout the twilight years of his career. And Andy, it was just so fun to look through this 4-star Dave's PPs. I mean, he ran 100 times with 21 wins, over $1.6 million in earnings.
And getting it the hard way. The purses were nowhere near what they are now. I feel like he won on dirt as well early in his career. I feel like he might have won the Empire race we don't run anymore, which used to be the New York bred 2-year-old stake up in Saratoga. And I'm so old and was around so often that I pretty much saw almost every one of his starts in Saratoga, some of them in New York, but also in Saratoga.
Well, looking forward to his namesake race up at Saratoga, as you mentioned, which this kind of serves as a prep, this poker, for the 4-star Dave.
What's the former name of 4-star Dave?
I can't remember.
Daryl's Joy. I think
That's right, and he won it how many times?
He was a Hooper horse, I think, that I want to say Fenstermaker trained.
Okay.
It was definitely before your time.
My history is way better, way worse.
No, I'm just way older than you are, Maggie. If you were as old as me, you'd remember all this nonsense as well.
You do have a steel trap memory, though. I will give you that.
You're pretty strong, Mag. Don't sell yourself short.
The poker is America's best racing race of the week. Grade 3, $250,000 on the line. And Andy, we do see a field of 5. I know public sector, he is entered down at the Mama Stakes, going 1 mile and 1/8, but it does sound like Chad Brown is going to run him here and face Chad's other horse, the 6-5 favorite Mason, who, I mean, he took down the last race here, which was the Seek again, and just the most comfortable of ease.
David Aragona is on vacation this week. And because the guy making the line is a good friend of mine, I'm not going to beat him up too much. But if anybody wants to bet me that this horse is going to be 6-5 in this race, I'll bet you $5 million that he's under even money. He's going to be a heavy favorite.
1 to 5?
He should be. No.
1 to 2.
2 to 5 and
2 to
1
5.
to 2.
Okay.
It depends how much money public sector takes. Obviously not going to be 5 to 2. And frankly, Sanctuary City will prefer the Widener, and he's been in great form. So I don't think he's impossible. Obviously, Masson ran extremely well last time after taking that brutal beat in the Maker's Mark at Keeneland. But, I'll tell you something. Public sector was entered in that race as well. He drew an outside post. Chad Brown was high on him going to the race, as well as this horse. And we'll talk about it in a second. I would throw out public sector's last race. Horses are winning in bunches out of that race on that turf course at Churchill, where basically the whole field didn't handle it. But this horse, 105 buyer last time, I mean, at this point, you have to think he could be a major player in the Breeders' Cup turf line.
And that's what Chad said. He said he just felt as though that public sector just did not handle the turf course in the Turf Classic. And it seemed as though there were some horses who did, and I think the winner really handled it. So we saw him upset Santine last time in the by Tribuvant in the Manhattan.
True by Tribuvant, who ran so terribly in there, he came back to win. You know,
right.
With Public Sector, he's going to have to get faster to win, but he's a newly turned 4-year-old or starting his 4-year-old season. And for Chad Brown to enter him in a race like the Maker's Mark, it's unusual for him. It's a very aggressive move with him, and he thought he had a very good chance in there. The outside post was just a very, very tough draw for him, and ultimately why he scratched. It felt like going to Churchill was a smarter move. He drew well. It was not as necessarily as tough a field, but then you're running a turf course where nobody handles the turf, so it turned out to be the wrong move. But most of the time you think the turf is handleable, especially when it hasn't taken much rain. He's got to improve, but he's a very talented horse who was improving throughout his 3-year-old year. Can he take that step forward? But Masson is the one who has delivered already. He's got to show that he belongs.
I agree. Public Sector, though, a horse I've always been interested in, going shorter. He just always has struck me like a horse that a mile, especially being by Kingman, could be his most ideal trip. And Chad certainly has gotten a nice 1-2 punch here with Mason's early speed, where Public Sector looks to be closing late.
No, I agree. I think Chad feels similarly as well. I mean, there weren't a lot of mile races for him to run in last year. So,
right.
And listen, he did very well winning those stakes for other distances, but I also think that's one of his feelings as well, and that's why he wanted to run him in the Maker's Mark. We'll see. You know, can he take that step forward and beat Masson? And I don't want to discount the New York bred Sanctuary City. I'm a big fan of that horse, and his closing style is so much more suited to the Widener turf than the inner, which usually has slower paces.
And I've always thought that this kind of distance, as you mentioned, is also best for him. He just always shows up at Sanctuary City. We'll see if he can take down the big boys, though, in the Grade 3 poker coming up this Saturday, your ABR race of the week. Well, it's time for us to take a little break, but on the other side, we will be looking back at this past weekend's Belmont Stakes as Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, takes down his 4th Belmont. In fact, running 1-2 with the Philly Nest, but more on the Belmont here after this break.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on FS2 with America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets. account today. As we are checking out horses in the paddock for race number 7, there is part of the coupled entry, Tiergan, as he will make his first start off the claim for Linda Rice. But we head down to the paddock for a paddock report. And Richie, you're interested, or at least starting us out here with a long shot, number 2, Perceived.
I am. I'm starting out with a long shot. And Maggie, nobody knows better than you. Sometimes horses just kind of attract you, and I'm really taken with the way the 2 Perceived has turned out. It's one of those cases where if I didn't have a form, I immediately probably would pick this horse, at least for my paddock check mark. I think he's as well turned out as anybody in here. I love his fitness level. I love the rich hydrated coat. I just think his energy level is fantastic. And sometimes when you're picking horses off of appearance, it's almost better not to have a form, because obviously your form may sway you one way or another. And this is, I think, how sometimes you back into long shots. But from a physical perspective, the 2 Perceived certainly checking all the boxes for me. The 4-horse No Burn makes a lot of sense. In raging form, continues to hold good weight. Doesn't look like these good races that he's been running have taken anything out of him. Sometimes you look for some regression, particularly, horses that were claimed, moved up in company, responded with a big win, and comes right back again. In this starter handicap. It's a handicap in name, but there's really not much of a spread in the weights, and I think handicaps take on much more importance when there's bigger spread in the weights instead of 5 or 6 pounds. I always said a pound or 2 would be like you or I running with a Snickers bar in our pocket or not. Is it really going to slow us down or change how fast or slow we're going to run? And the 6-horse No Salt. I'm a fan of this horse. I like him. He's getting back to his preferred surface. Last time he was on the turf, I thought the race had rained off. I liked him that day, so I like him today because I do think that dirties up his form a little bit. Boy, he's a horse that carries his weight. He does not back up the feed tub. He's a horse that no matter how much they run, he just seems to hang on to that weight. But he looks fantastic, and I think getting back to the dirt is going to make a big difference for No Salt.
Richie, can't blame you for trying to suss out one that's doing well at a big price, as he was interested in Perceived here, Andy. But we do see 5-2 on the entry. Linda Rice picking up Hammer and Ammer out of his last start, as well as Tiergan. And they're both coming in off of decent efforts figure-wise. But let's talk a little bit about quickly the condition of this race, because I think these were created partly because we had those a handful, I should say, of races that were canceled. We're on air. Stop doing your PPs.
Oh. We were looking at horses, and they put us on?
I'd rather look at horses, personally, but so the handful of races that were canceled, instead of kind of putting in the money to all of those other races here at Belmont, they decided to benefit the horsemen that ran their horses throughout the winter, and we see a lot of these kind of winter warriors showing up in these races here.
Well, this is a very, very strong field here. The 1A is way the horse to beat, though.
Hammer and Ammer, he comes in off of a win. He rode the good rail, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a perfect trip with the rail. He's the weaker half of the entry. He's dragging the price down, which is why I didn't pick the 1A in top. The 1A himself is way the horse to beat.
Tiergan, he's kept some good company in the past.
He had a disastrous trip last time, eliminated at the start. He was wide. The rail was good. When he runs his good race in these one-turn mile races, he's just too good for these.
15-1 on the board. Perceived comes out of an open A other than.
Richie likes in the paddock. I think he has 0 chance in the PPs, but he's 15-1 if you want him.
Joel Rosario looking for another win, as well as number 3, Kershaw. We didn't see him quite bring his Oaklawn form here to New York.
Yeah, we haven't, but I think he's got a chance in this race. We'll see how quick the pace is. The pace could get pretty fast in here.
Did face a talented, highly motivated last time, as here is your main speed, number 4, No Burn.
Yeah, he's one of the speeds. I mean, I also think that the 6, No Salt, could be 4 in here, but he may be the actual speed. I'm sorry, not the 6. Actually, he is the main speed. The 9 scratched, I apologize. If he runs his last race, he's dangerous. I just don't believe he's going to keep up that form. He ran off the claim, off the training from before of Rob Atras.
Number 5, American Rule. He's in a decent form. Is his decent form good enough?
He's a crazy price in this race. I think he's absolutely a player. I put him on top because the 1A was too short a price with the entry, but I think he's good enough. He was way against the track, 2 back, and he ran much, much better than the horse who beat him, Hammer and Hammer.
No Burn, No Salt. Obviously, both of these horses previously Leon Seidler horses, but No Salt goes back to the dirt.
He's got some back races that give him a chance. I don't particularly like him. The barn's been a little chilly, but I can see why some people might like him.
Now, Regal Quality, he's off a bit of a refreshing voided claim last time for Rudy Rodriguez.
And he's also a horse that just doesn't win a lot of races, and I just think he's meeting tougher horses. But from a speed figure standpoint, he has numbers that are good enough.
Looking for his 4th win in a row, a mount for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, who's betting this horse at 7-2? He lost to a horse. He beat a horse, Looney Sema, who would be 20-1 in this race.
He was bad last time too, at a short price in his last
he should
start.
be. If he wasn't trained by Todd Pletcher, he'd be 15-1 in this race. No, with all due respect, I know he's in decent form. He's climbing a mountain here. If you like him and you got 12-1, that's fine. I don't understand how anybody could possibly bet him at 7-2.
Well, those same connections, Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher and company, they took down this year's Belmont Stakes, and I'm sure it was very meaningful for longtime Queens native Mike Rapoli as he saw his colors streak under the line, actually going 1-2 in here as he did buy into Mo Donegal, and he owns in partnership with Donegal Racing. Now we see Nest on the rail. She's kind of held up behind the early pace setters where Mo Donegal, Andy, he gets that wide sweeping trip, which he just loves to get.
Yeah, she was never beating him, and Todd said, you know, I feel like Mo Donegal probably had a little more in the tank if she came to him. I thought Jose gave a great ride considering the break on Nest, and she ran well. You know, you get to these races where you say, you know, who's going to be able to handle the distance? Well, it just seems like Todd Pletcher's horses handle the distance and why they run so well. Mo Donegal was the right favorite here. He was the best horse coming in. He showed up, he ran, he won.
I said to Todd in a post-race interview, I said, how do you keep doing it? I mean, he obviously won the Brooklyn, too, 4th Belmont Stakes as well. Now it's not a feat that, you know, it pales in comparison to Woody Stevens.
But he's brilliant with these long-distance races. He's just brilliant in them.
Of the modern era. And he said, you know, he just talked about the program. And the program, oftentimes when you watch Todd Pletcher horses train and work out in the morning, yes, they work, you know, from the half mile to the wire, but they almost do more after the wire. So really building that stamina and instilling it in these horses, which often leads to these big performances in these long distance dirt races. As we bring in Richie and Mig, what did you make of the master of the long distance getting the 1-2 finish in this year's Belmont?
Not surprising. Todd Pletcher's, you know, whole program, the way he trains is creating foundation, laying a foundation in horses. You can make a beautiful house, build a beautiful home, and if you don't build a proper foundation, you're going to have problems with the home. It's the same thing with horses. They gallop out big in their workouts, but it's the miles they put in during their gallops, how they use themselves. You see the benefit of working in company. Good horses working in company, they stay in the bridle, they get a lot out of their works. You know, you see Chad Brown does that as well. And, you know, they have the luxury of having a barn full of good horses that they could pair up and keep them competitive and in the bridle. And Todd Pletcher just has a real handle on how to put that foundation in these horses. Congratulations to Mike Rapoli, a New York guy, certainly a very important win for him. And the fact that he ran 1-2 and at the post-race press conference, obviously Mike had been rooting pretty hard. The only person that had a worse voice than him Saturday at Belmont Park was yours truly, as I had lost my voice earlier in the day, not rooting. But hey, let's talk about a Mike Rapoli horse here in the 8 Mount. This horse is pretty. He's so pretty. Maggie, they should make a Breyer horse out of him. I mean, he's chestnut with all that chrome and just an absolutely pretty horse, the kind of horse that I wouldn't mind taking home. Don't know what makes him competitive here, but I certainly appreciate and admire the way he looks. The 4, No Burn, I like him. I think he makes a lot of sense, and he should be tough. But I'm going to go to the 6, No Salt. I think this horse is just carrying his great weight. I think he's going to get a nice trip, get him back to the proper surface. I feel like his form's a little dirtied up, so maybe 6-1's a little better price than you might get. I think he's very competitive here. So I think it's No Salt over No Burn. Are we seeing a pattern here?
Are you having margaritas after the show today, Richie? I guess so. As Andy, you're interested here in number 5, American Rule.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Tiergan so people understand. He's just better than these horses on a dry track. I think the 5 is interesting is against the track. I think Kershaw could move forward off some of his races. I think it's a very good betting race. It's unfortunate the 1 is in the race because I don't believe he can win. Now, maybe he'll save the 1A. I believe the 1A is overwhelmingly the worst to beat. I hate betting entries. But I think there is value, particularly with a mount at 4-1. They're over-betting connections, and he's going to have to step up to win here. Now, if he wins, good luck to him. And even the 4, I don't trust the 4 at 5-2. To me, there's some value in this board. I keyed the 1 with the 3 and 5 in exacts. I bet a little bit in the 5 to win, but 1-5 was good for what I basically need.
All right, as we do see Tiergan heading in line, Kershaw and steadily holding at favoritism is the entry. You send it up to Johnny Real for the call of race 7.
And they're off. It's No Burn along with American Rule. No Burn has the lead. American Rule runs in second. Amount on the outside in third, followed by No Salt, who's running in fourth. Regal Quality moving up on the outside from fifth. Then it's Tiergan down at the rail. A break of 2.5 lengths to Kershaw, Perceived, and Hammer and Hammer is the trailer in ninth. No Burn leads here by a length through a quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. American Rule in pursuit in second. Amount and Tiergan, their heads apart, third and fourth. Regal Quality in the blue blinkers on the outside in fifth. Perceived is down at the rail. In between horses is Kershaw. And then we come back to a No Salt and Hammer and Hammer. No Burn now leads by 2.5 lengths. American Rule in second. No Burn getting away here, 2.5, a 3-length lead. American Rule runs in second. It's another 3. Back to Amount. Tiergan is down at the rail. Then comes Perceived and Regal Quality. 1/2 mile in 46 2. It is No Burn, the one to catch as they come for the quarter pole. American Rule, Amount. Down on the inside is Tiergan. Then comes Perceived. 3/4 in 1:10 3. No Burn has a 4-length lead. Perceived on the outside is moving into second and gaining ground quickly. No Burn. Here is Perceived charging up on the outside. Perceived takes over and draws away decisively at the end. Perceived much the best. Then No Burn, Tiergan, and Amount.
Sometimes you can just pick them on looks. Well done, Richie, as Perceived rolled by this field. You know, it looked like, Andy, that No Salt was ready to just, or I should say No Burn, easy to confuse the two, was just going to put this field to sleep. And all of a sudden, Perceived showed up on the scene and rolled down the middle of the racetrack.
And everybody tired from chasing him, but good call in the paddock with Richie. He should have stuck with this horse. I couldn't make him in a million years. I don't know. You couldn't make him in a million years. His PPs, he had no real chance. I mean, he finished well behind. He wasn't competitive on paper. He's a funny horse. You know, he's an ex-Paul Pompa horse. And when he won back on January 2nd in a $40,000 $2 lifetime claimer, nobody claimed him. He went to the Paul Pompa dispersal after Paul sadly passed away, and they paid $140,000 for him, which, just to give you a little perspective, was $30,000 more than some horse that I think won a $20 million race in the desert this past year. Yeah. Country Grammar went for $110,000.
Right.
So nobody wanted him for $40,000. They paid $140,000, and the good news was you could claim him for $14,000 about a year later.
Yeah.
But now he ran like he might be worth $140,000. Where it came from, I don't know. Rudy Rodriguez does have some horses that are awfully well in surprising manners, so, and he's one of them.
I thought last time, you know, he was really far back, and he's a horse that is better, Mig, when he can sit a bit closer. And we kind of saw that a little bit more from Joel Rosario. It just felt as though there was no sense of urgency from Flavien Prat last time, and Joel kind of put him in the game, and he accelerated away.
Yeah, but you could see, Maggie, midway on the far turn, the way he was running up into Joel's hands, he had horse and he was going to finish. Whether he was going to finish quite like that was a whole nother story. And this is what I was talking about in the paddock when, you know, sometimes, you know, cold, you go look at horses and that one horse that keeps grabbing your attention, and if you don't allow the form sometimes to get in your way of that, in a perfect world, you like them on paper and you like them physically in the paddock, but Perceived, I didn't stay the course. I went another direction. No burn, almost held on, and no salt. Well, there was no salt today. He just did not show up.
It did seem as though Rudy Rodriguez had this guy looking fitter than usual, and what I saw from him in the last few starts, ready to go today as Joel Rosario gets his second win on the card for Rudy Rodriguez. Prices and reactions coming up on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing it now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Into the winner's circle, Perceived. He was perceived to be a long shot in here, going off at 19-1. Rudy Rodriguez, Vinny Scuderi teaming up with Joel Rosario. He returns 41-40. I'm sure, Andy, blowing up a lot of people's late pick fives.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's going to blow up a lot of people. Congratulations if you had him, and I hope you win if you had it. If you're live and anything, got to think the pick 6 has to be looking like a carryover. Hard to imagine stores any money in the pick 6.
Well, Richie is standing by with Rudy Rodriguez.
With Rudy Rodriguez, a guy I had the pleasure to compete against out there on the racetrack. And Rudy, Perceived made a really nice appearance in the paddock. Did you have a good feeling about him coming into this race?
You know, Richie, he's been training super good, and I know this race was coming off top. I tell Vinny we got to take a chance because we're looking for a race to run him, and the no win is a one. It come back a little deep, and this race come up about the same. So, but the horse looked very good, eating well, and training the way you want him, and he looked good. His coat looked very healthy, and he run the way he looks.
Rudy, what is that like? Like for the public that doesn't know, they don't have the opportunity to go back to the barn area. When you're training horses, looking at them every day, do you see horses change and blossom overnight or over a period of time?
You know, Richie, like in the summer, you really see it, especially when you go back in the mornings and the afternoons, come back that nose and feet, check the feet tops, check the behavior, and see how they're progressing in the morning. And this horse, he just kind of, from the last race to this race, kind of, he looks unbelievable. His coat looks very, very healthy. Like, you know, like you go to the Miami and you put yourself in the sun and you're ready to come back to New York for the winter.
Well, Rudy, you look like you went and got a little bit of that too, but Bella Sofia, how'd she come out of her race and what are you looking at for her?
You know, Richie, we're very blessed with her. So far, everything looks very good. Eating beautiful and she looks great. She's been galloping the last 2 days. I wanted to freshen him up a little bit, but she just want to go and do her job, gallop every morning, and take it from there.
Well, she's a lot like her trainer. Show up every morning, does his job. If you're there at 4:30 in the morning, Rudy's there. If you're there at 4:30 in the afternoon, Rudy's there.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And just the other day, I think Rudy was riding one of his own horses without any tack or some equipment malfunction when he walked out onto the racetrack and took it off and rode him bareback around there.
He's having a much more successful career as a trainer than Jockey.
Which is rare.
Well, it was easier for him. I remember Rudy once riding in a 5-horse field, and I thought he should have claimed foul against himself.
Randy.
Does very well as a trainer.
Mean, you can never say you're not honest.
I don't think Rudy would argue with me. I don't think Rudy looks back at his riding career and he considers himself a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he was a great exercise rider.
Right, he was always
busy
rider. Picking up the tricks of the trade to train when he was riding, I think. But looking forward to this 8th race. I thought this was a great race. You know, I like these fields when you have these kind of lesser exposed horses sometimes to kind of try to sift through and suss out who's going to take that next step up.
Yeah, I mean, a Canassie is a very dangerous horse in here. I mean, there is a 2-headed Chad Brown monster, and I think Spicer's the one to beat, though Bahamian Club, I think, is going to improve and run better. But Canassie beat a 2-headed monster.
Yeah.
Probably would have cost about $5 million at auction. I mean, not only was the highly touted Sabea third in there, close to $1.6 million. They're meeting the first race again tomorrow, but contemporary art for Bobby Flay, who got a dream trip that day. That horse has about a $3 or $4 million pedigree. I think that Bobby had bought the dam for a lot of money. And Canassie had a tougher trip than those horses. Cost $40,000 and ran down, I don't know, a huge multiple in value of those horses and beat them fair and square. Christophe has great numbers off of maiden wins in their debuts and their second start. Now, it's obviously getting tougher, or is it?
Right. We see Linda's Gift at 3-1 right now. The George Weaver horse.
Are they letting people name Linda in for free as long as they bet $100 on horses with their name in it? Because this horse should be 33-1, not 3-1. The betting is crazy in here. I mean, the 4 has credentials. The 3 could improve. Diamond Hands is the favorite.
I mean, she ran really well in her comeback race behind the highly regarded Pizza Bianca.
She's not highly regarded by me based on her 3-year-old form. She's highly regarded on her 2-year-old form.
We'll get more of Andy's opinions on the other side of this break, and we'll also check in with a member of the Hancock family, Dell Hancock, as she received the 2022 Denny Phipps Award. More on her and her passion, which does involve the horses, with that piece of equipment on her shoulder right there. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And behind the Claiborne name, of course, is the Hancock family, and right there we see Dell Hancock receiving the 2022 Denny Phipps Award, which was created back in 2017 to honor individuals who have demonstrated a dedication to equine health, as Dell has been the chairman of the Grayson Jockey Equine Foundation. Research Foundation since 2004. And while her father, Arthur Bull Hancock, instilled in his children to give back to the horses that give us so much and provide such a lovely life, she has done that by leading the nation's Foundation for Equine Medical Research. But when she's not spearheading that foundation, she is documenting legendary horses and horsemen through the lens of her camera, with the iconic Claiborne Farm in the background.
I guess I was in my 20s, early 20s, when I really started pursuing photography seriously. The reason I got into photography was when my father died. I'd done some work when I was in high school on the yearbook and all, and everybody else had something to do on the farm, and I thought, well, nobody's doing this, and that'll suit me. And so my passion for photography grew through my love of the farm and the horses. The Seabiscuit was raised right there, and when I was a kid, I was learning to read, and we put the names of important horses on the stall, and it's there permanently. And I can remember walking down and going, Seabiscuit, that is the craziest name. And then I started riding competitively when I was a kid. And I had a nice pony, and I went, to horse shows all the time. And my love for horses grew through my love for riding. And then when we were kind of thrust into ownership of the farm, it was just a natural. Oh, sure, I've got some all-time favorites. I've got one picture of Secretariat that he was such a magnificent horse and so important to racing, really. And I love it. And then there's some farm scenes that I really love. I like that one. There's Blame in the Snow. I love that one because I love Blame. A garden. Some wildlife things that you do here and there that I really like. If I was just going around and those foxes were in a barn, I love those foxes. But then I found some of these pictures. There's Julie Crone and Shoemaker, Pink Eye, Stevie Cawthon. That's when he was 16. There's Cordero. There's Shug when he was quite young. I'd say early morning light and late evening light here at the farm are my favorite times. But anytime you're around a good horse, it's fun to try to capture them, no matter if it's here at the farm or if it's at the racetrack.
Well, not only is she philanthropic, she's also a good photographer, as Dell Hancock graciously accepted that Denny Phipps Award, and all of her hard work with the Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation does not go unnoticed. And I do have to mention that that is part of the Belmont Stakes charity celebration created by Earl Mack.
No, it's very cool. Love seeing that stuff. You know me, I'm a sucker for any pictures of times gone by in racing, like see that picture of Julie.
That Julie Crone picture is intense, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can really see how much of a competitor Julie was just with that single frame.
Oh, Julie was a competitor, no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
A very good one, too.
As you are checking out number 1 here in Diamond Hands for race number 8, our co-feature going to mile 16th on the inner turf course, sitting at 3-1. She does have that early pace. As we check in with Richard Migliore. Mig, how does Diamond Hands look second off the bench for her 3-year-old campaign?
Well, Maggie, I'll get to Diamond Hands. I'm just a little bit moved that Andy's showing a softer side. So I got to reset. But Diamond Hands, she looks terrific. I really like what I'm seeing from her. She's got a great inside post. She comes off a really good second against Pizza Bianca, who was last year's juvenile filly turf winner. And I put a lot of credence in posts on the inner turf. And when you have speed towards the inside, I elevate your chances. I liked her to begin with. I like her even better because she's very well posted, and she gets Joel Rosario, Diamond Hands, really looking good here in the paddock. The 3 Bahamian Club from Chad Brown. Daughter Kingman, I tell you, she's kind of on the smaller side, almost a little bit of a pit bull. I wonder if this filly won't be better eventually, maybe going shorter distances. She's kind of got that look to her like she may just really have an explosive turn of foot going shorter, but who am I to question where Chad Brown places his horses? He obviously knows them much better than I do. The 7-horse Canisi, the other Christophe Clement trainee, I like what I'm seeing from her. First start, came from nowhere, got up and won at a big price. I guess they weren't expecting a lot from her. She didn't really get shook up at all from that race. She's a very inquisitive filly, very quiet, kind of looking at everything. And not quiet in a negative way either. I mean, just kind of bright, but taking everything in. She just has a very intelligent, clear eye to her, and I like what I'm seeing from her. Actually, she might get my paddock check mark. I really like what I'm seeing from the 7 Canisi. And then the 10 Spirit and Glory, making the first start here in North America. Actually, first start on turf's been on synthetic for Rob Falcone. Philly, he says, gets up on her nerves a little bit, gets a little edgy. She's trained really well. He breezed her himself when she went 47 and changed. Very impressive on the dirt, breezed very well on the grass, he said. Thinks that she's going to be forward, thinks that she's going to be a little bit on the keen side, and particularly from that outside post, gets no cover, but the post does her no favors, too. Outside posts on the inner turf, I think, always difficult.
Second longest shot on the board, number 10, Spirit and Glory, making her stateside debut as well as her turf one. First time for trainer Rob Falcone. If you want to play this late double, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, sign up today and use promo code MATCH200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join Naira Bets today. We'll check out Diamond Hands in her last race here, Andy. As you were mentioning, she finished behind Pizza Bianca in the Hilltop down at Pimlico. And I thought it was a good effort. She showed some speed. The horse that she battled with finished well back. And she kind of dug in when she was passed by Pizza Bianca. So I thought it was a very useful return to the races.
No, I thought she ran fine. I wouldn't say she battled with that horse. I mean, to be fair, she was sitting behind her. I don't like that Vergara came back and, she ran okay, but she was in a tougher spot. She did improve her buyer speed, figured 3 points. If Joelle sends and the pace is really slow, I think she can win. I don't think she should be bet on par with the 7 and 9. I think she's overbet, and I think people are seeing Pizza Bianca and overbetting her. I'm not trying to knock Pizza Bianca. Obviously, she's a very accomplished horse and a good horse. She hasn't been as good so far this year. And I think there are horses in here, the 7 and 9, that both have a chance to be players in this division going forward. And I even think Bahamian Club is going to outrun her odds in this race as well.
I agree. I think she's very interesting as number 1, Diamond Hands. She does kick off our post parade. Maybe we can use this as a barometer, maybe, in how Pizza Bianca will do. Was it tomorrow?
Well, if she wins this race by 40 lengths and sets a world record, I would move Pizza Bianca up to 9th. You looked at who she's running against?
Oh, I know. I know. Number 3 is Bahamian Club for Chad Brown. Got the job done at first, asking, has a little layoff. And number 4,
Got a perfect
Caroni. Sorry. Caroni comes back, gets Lasix blinkers on.
Caroni looked very good. The barn's been a little bit chilly. Mike Maselli's returned from the suspension, but they've been chilly. Bahamian Club is a classic on horse that'll improve, though she did get a perfect trip from Manny in her debut.
Here's a horse taking some early money. Number 5, Linda's Gift. I have to say, I don't necessarily get it.
I have to think this is a name thing. I have no idea what is enticing about her. This is a very tough field she's in.
And she's coming out of sometime those suspect races
There were weak
at
races.
Gulfstream
This is not a
in
weak race.
April.
This is a super strong numbers of 1.
This is Canisi for Christophe Clement, beating 2 highly regarded Chad Brown horses first time out.
I mean, very highly regarded.
Very.
And not just beating them. Not getting lucky to beat them. They'd have been lucky to beat her because she had much the tougher trip than those 2 horses.
Here is number 8, Built Different. Lone start on the turf, was a 4th place finish at Gulfstream.
Yeah, obviously she's an outsider, and here she's found herself in a tough spot.
Also providing some pace could be Spicer as she drops out of the Edgewood, a grade 2 at Churchill.
Right. I mean, like any other horse that was trying to be inside speed at Churchill that weekend, she was basically eased. Her prior race probably makes her the horse to beat.
Looks good on the racetrack. As number 10 is Spirit and Glory coming in from Ireland.
Well, Richie thought, I guess Rob Falcone thought maybe, I believe it's what Richie said, she'd show some speed. That might get in the way of Diamond Hands. I'll be shocked if from that post on this course coming over to America, if she's a speed here. But if she is, they're probably going way too slow.
Right. We often don't see them break that well. Oh, I really like what I'm seeing from Spicer. She's a pretty filly. And I remember her as a 2-year-old last year. She was a bit green and a little bit, high strung going back to the preliminaries for those races. Looks like she's kind of chilled out a bit. But here is her start 2 back where she was just beaten ahead in the grade 3 Florida Oaks.
Chad Brown's always liked her. He liked her before her debut. Unfortunately, she didn't get second. She was very professional, I thought, winning her second start and ran a respectable race. She lost to Dolce Zell, who came back and ran a good second, I believe, in a stake. So Dolce Zell is a solid horse. I think at Keeneland she ran second. And then last time she was on that ridiculous track at the turf course at Churchill, and that race is just a complete and total throwout. She's the horse to beat. It does. I tell you what, I don't know how many horses Jeff Drown buys because you only see the ones. They have had some real success and some good horses. Obviously, Zandon the one, but Jeff Drown seems like he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf with that colt who went wrong and never ran. I mean, came back 2 years later. Structor, right? Similar name. They've had some real success together. And
no, they have, and he does pick some very good-looking horses as well. But number 7, Canisi for Christophe Clement. It's not like the pace collapsed. She was not far back, but she was, mid-pack here. And she just came rolling and really ran on well down the middle of the course.
Yeah, I'm not saying she had a bad trip. And I think you could argue that she had a similar type trip. Maybe she had a slightly better trip than Salabea. But, I mean, my gosh, could Contemporary Art have gotten a better trip in riding there? Moved up on the inside, split horse. I mean, that's a dream trip. And I don't think that the 2 runners from Chad Brown dramatically underperformed.
I just wish they had run back,
well, they're
to give
running
a
tomorrow,
little better
right?
barometer. Exactly.
Well, considering how much they were touted,
right?
It's hard to believe that they're phonies. Now, we'll see. I mean, Shug's horse not impossible in that first race tomorrow. And we're talking about the horses are coming back in tomorrow's first race. I want to say 1 1/8 here at Belmont. I mean, you have to just sort of admire that Mark Holliday, our chairman here at Blue Dival Stable, bought this horse for $40,000. And it does show you. I mean, obviously, you spend a lot of money. It does enhance your chances, but it doesn't guarantee anything. Early voting costs $200,000, and it's turned out to be one of the best horses, and that's a reasonably small amount of money. This horse costs $40,000, and based on that race and a win here, you'd have to think they're going to try the stakes in Saratoga, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this in a lot of ways is kind of a prep for those stakes in Saratoga, the Lake George and the Lake Placid. I would think.
And too, I mean, she gave me the impression that she's a filly that could get better the longer she goes. So she should relish those distances.
And also arguably a little green in there. A horse that didn't seem to be learning there.
She kind of learned as the race unraveled.
I'm really looking forward to this race because I think there's a lot of good horses are going to run lousy in this race because there's so many good horses in here.
This is a good one, Richie. What are your final thoughts as they are approaching post time?
Ultimately, I went with the 7, Knissi. I like everything about her. She's just a classy individual, very smart-looking filly. Kind of takes everything in, and you could see her kind of processing things. And that's, sometimes a horse runs once, and the next time, they're a little more shook up. They know what's about to come. Now, she's gotten a little livelier on the racetrack, but all in a good way. Just energy, not nervous energy, not bubbling over. Just a filly that kind of understands why she's there, and I really, really like what I see from her from a physical perspective. The 9, Spicer, got a solo warm-up under Flavien Prat and got very aggressive. He really had to shake the bit in her mouth to kind of get it loose from her because she was getting ready to kind of run off with him. And she's one that after that warm-up, even going back to the pony, kind of a little bullish, almost like that warm-up might have got her just to that simmering point. Keep an eye on her here. Looks like she's settling down as she's walking towards the turf, but a couple times looked like she was running over top of the pony after that solo warm-up, Maggie. And I just don't like to see that, particularly how hard he had to shake the bit in her mouth to get her to come back to him.
That's not quite out of character for her with what I've seen from her in the past. She can get a bit rambunctious, as I was mentioning, but we'll see. And she is a horse that is forwardly placed typically. So I would have to think that she's tipping her hand that she's going to be up there again.
Yeah, I think you have to look to before, and that's one of the things about Flavien Prat. He's a more aggressive rider sometimes than the riders we see here. There's a handful of horses that can win. I think the 1 can obviously win this race. The 3 can win. The 4 can win. The 7 can win. The 9 can win. I mean, all of those horses, somebody among that group, they may finish 1, 2, or 5, will run 5th. And I shouldn't say ran lousy, finish lousy, and actually run fine.
Right. As we see the last one going in, we'll throw it up to John Embrial, who will step out victorious here.
And they're off. Hesitant start for number 10, Spirit and Glory, and she is well behind the field already. Diamond Hands is out first with Chironi running in second, and Built Different on the outside in third as they make their way around the turn and head for the backstretch. It is Diamond Hands in front. Chironi runs in second. Built Different on the outside in third. Bohemian Club is down at the rail and in fourth. Knissi's right alongside in fifth. Then comes Spicer. A break of 2 back to Linda's Gift, and 3 more to Spirit and Glory. First quarter posted in 26 seconds. It is Diamond Hands the leader, 3/4 of a length. Chironi tracks in second with Built Different and Bohemian Club. They're heads apart, third and fourth. Knissi is fifth, a little more than 3 lengths from the lead. And then it is Spicer, followed by Linda's Gift, and Spirit and Glory still trails in eighth. It is Diamond Hands showing the way here by 3/4 of a length. Chironi remains in second. Built Different, big long shot on the outside in third. As they go around the turn, Diamond Hands, Chironi, Built Different. They are 1, 2, 3, and they are right together. And just in behind, down at the rail, Bohemian Club, far outside. Spicer is now on the move. Knissi is going to need some racing room. Linda's Gift, far outside. And then Spirit and Glory. The field is in the stretch. It is Spicer. It's Built Different. It is Diamond Hands looking for a way through Bohemian Club at the rail. Here's Linda's Gift on the outside. It's Spicer and Linda's Gift. And Spirit and Glory, who was left at the gate, is coming on late here. Spirit and Glory's going to get it done. Spirit and Glory over Knissi. Spirit and Glory is 24-1.
Wow, massive upset here as Spirit and Glory. She blew the break. She didn't blow the finish. She goes off at 24-1 in her stateside debut/turf debut, Andy.
I don't know what to say. The trainer told Richie she'd have speed. She got completely left and was trailing by about 15 lengths. They were crawling out there. By the way, the inner turf is not firm. It's good yielding. It's obviously producing very slow paces and times. No real excuse for Spicer. The 7 was very unlucky. Obviously, she was buried in traffic. The 3 was also buried in traffic. But you can't say they should have won because this horse broke well behind the field and still ended up winning the race, Maggie. So can you really say they were best?
I mean, I've seen horses jump that rope. It's such a weird start because you have that rope pulled across and horses kind of get lost out there a little bit. And then she kicked home beautifully. I do think the 7 here was very unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, she ran very, very well. You know, she should have won. But the 10, by getting left, it's hard to say that the 7 ran
Yeah.
better than she did. But the 7 was obviously very unlucky in doing some running in there. And they knew that George Weaver's horse was going to run, because even if she'd win, she ran 3rd in there, and nothing about her PP suggested that. That was a little bit of they knew. A wild result. And these 2 results, obviously a pick 6 carryover. Pick 5 payoffs. There could be some carryovers in there, because the 7 and 9 are sort of the only 2 that'll take money here.
All right, 19-1 shot back in the 7th. Now 24-1. Richie, she blew the break, but she flew home with an unencumbered stretch run.
Yeah, there was a lot going on here. This is a race that Andy and I would have had a lot of fun doing trips and traps with. The 7, Canisi, got really blind switched. This filly kind of broke slow the winner, ducked out a little. Looked like she was going to want to gallop to the outside fence. Dylan Davis had his hands filled just to get her straightened out. No doubt the winner was decidedly best, but a lot of interesting trips going on inside of her. And Andy, the 10, Spirit and Glory, did have speed. It was just speed in the last quarter of a mile, not the first quarter of a mile.
Well, as we're watching her on the simulcast feed, as Richie was saying prior to the race, she's a little bit of a tough one to handle. She didn't want to come back to. She doesn't want to come back to the winner's circle here. She says, I want to go off the gap and go home. My job is done here. But Dylan Davis getting along with her well to get the win.
Tremendous. I mean, yes, the 7 probably should have won, but I still think this horse ran the best race. So it's just one of those situations. And it's the problem with these incredibly slow paces too, Maggie. Horses get blocked, and that's why Casey won, and that's why the 3 got to eat it.
Were you surprised not to see Spicer closer?
Spicer should have gone earlier.
Right.
If Spicer had gone earlier, if the 7 hadn't taken back so readily, that's the problem with instructions. You've got to play it and you've got to let it roll. If they went a little bit more forward and forced it, you get a little more separation. It creates a very different scenario. When everybody grabs and decides before the race how they're going to ride, you get nonsense like this.
Well, it was official. Made official. We'll bring you prices as well as catching up with connections on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Beautiful scenes from Central Park as we are just a stone's throw away here at beautiful Belmont Park, and brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere with your Naira Bets account. And hopefully you did here with this filly, Spirit and Glory, pulling off the upset as she returns 51-50 for her win over favorite Kinnessy.
They're all covered in the Big Five.
Incredible. Pick 6.
You're alive. I hope you win.
Well done.
You're alive. This is. I'd like to say it's a 2-horse race, but given the way we've seen the results today, it's like there's a full moon.
Well, standing by in the winner's circle with Richard Migliori, Rob Falcone.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Rob, you thought in the paddock, we were talking about this filly, and you've worked yourself, and you said she had trained really well, that she might actually even be a little keen, but she missed the break completely and switched right off.
Yeah, it's a little, you never know, obviously, in the afternoon than they are in the morning, and we watch races overseas, and, she was quicker from the gate, and we took her to the gate a few times, galloped her out a couple of times, and she broke sharp. She's first time in the country, first time, well, not schooling. I schooled her a couple of times. She walked through the paddock a few times as well in the morning. But it was unfortunate for her to miss the break, especially when you see the quarter and the half posted. You get really concerned. Because like I told you before, I know she could run. And she just exploded, even into a slow pace.
How impressed with you with that turn of foot? Because that was eye-catching off those slow fractions.
Yeah, I was definitely impressed with it. Like I told you, in the paddock, I worked her myself with an older horse who's fast and runs good numbers, and I just sat right off of him in the morning and just asked her. All I did was kissed her, and she just took off and blew him away. And I was like, oh, wow, for a European to come over here and work like that in the dirt against an older American horse who runs, really good numbers here, it was definitely impressive. But, whenever they go that slow, you're not really sure. You could see Dylan had a horse, and he had to get to the outside late, and he really. I even told him in the paddock that I was really dependent on his hands, for her, because she could be a little bit cheeky, and really worked out good.
Now, this was a private purchase, right? How'd you find her? Is this like, are you consciously always scouting for talent all over the place?
I am now, but she was actually brought up in Michael Netwick founded her and purchased her for us, and I was happy that, me and my dad got involved with her. And, yeah, and really just honest, I always will and always do, but this is a big team effort because we have to, she has to go with the pony every day. You got to, when we first got her in, you just have to be really gentle around her, and it's really, when you put that much work into one, we put work into everyone. When you have one come over here and they're a little bit nervous and not really sure what's going on, you have to work with them every single day for little things that people don't even realize, just picking up her feet, picking her feet out, and just, things that we do every day that seem normal. And you get one in here that's kind of, what are you doing sort of thing, and it's just, from the groom to walking her. We had to walk her with a shifting bit for a while because she wouldn't let you put a shank over her nose, so we had to like really work with her slowly to get her here just in general. And, that was it.
Well, all that hard work paid off. Great job, and you got a real nice prospect on your hands. I'm sure stakes are in her future the way she finished, and that's what it is, guys. Team effort and hard work. That's the end result.
We do see that often with horses coming from Europe, just a different way of doing things, so they have to adjust. And Rob mentioned a Tiffany bit, for those who don't know, is a piece of metal like a bit that just attaches to a horse's halter, and you just kind of walk them with that. So.
I almost think like these Euros, and they're all covered, but there have been some crazy payouts so far, $30, $600, and about a $1,500 parlay at this point, $15,000 parlay at this point for $2. I almost think these winning with Euros like this first time is almost like winning with a first-time starter. It's
right.
It's hard for them to come back, and that's going to be up to Rob, because she beat a very good field and she ran extremely well. And if you're Rob, you've got to be thinking high, and you got to be thinking, we're going to Saratoga, and maybe I'm supposed to take a look. Yeah, we just bought her, but yeah, I'm with you, Maggie.
Sell her.
Sold. I'm like, sell, Mortimer, sell.
Well, we do see 2-1 dueling favorites here between number 7, Supply Chain, drop down for Chad Brown, as well as Jewel Stone, the 5-year-old, looking for another win. What?
Was somebody covered the pick 6?
That's your job.
That's why I was looking at this. Can I look at
how
is somebody covered the pick 6?
I don't know. With the 3 and 11.
The parlay is 15,000 with the last 4 winners. Who was the
Ghostman and Always Charming?
Who won the fourth?
Bold
who won the fourth? First time started 7-1 one. So the parlay is 120. There's 60,000 for $1, and there's 2 horses covered. And they're who? The 3 and 11?
Yeah.
So they must be like a quick pick, because
that's Always Charming and Ghostman. I mean,
you got this far and you got that 3 and 11.
Good luck.
You'll need
it. Is it one ticket? You think?
I don't. This one, I'm wondering if it's 2 randoms.
Yeah.
Because If it was 7-9, I'd say it was one ticket.
Yeah.
But nobody that played this seriously is a lot. With all due respect, I hope you win if you have it. You did get the worst parlay in the history of racing if you hit it.
Oh, well, looking back, it was a bit more of a formful Belmont Stakes, other than Trebuvant, who was much too big of a price at nearly 20 to 1. But let's look back at the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. You know, you had the reigning champion in Latruska taking on some up-and-coming, newly turned 4-year-old fillies that they were out for her, and especially out for her with search results.
Well, I mean, this was not the plan. Chad Brown had told Irad to sit, off her flank and sort of go around and then try to turn a two-horse race, turning for home. The problem, probably part of it, was that search results broke so well, and Latruska didn't break well. Latruska did not break great. She didn't break terribly, but she didn't break, and so it kind of got her off. But right here, it didn't have to turn into this. I'm going to say that when you look at the Pantheon, and I'm not saying it's quite as good as Seattle Slew in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but when you look at the Pantheon of great losing performances in races, this performance, you know what this performance reminds me of? When Rachel Alexandra lost the personal ensign at 1.25 miles, when she got into a speed duel with Life is 10, it was ease, basically, and came back to win the Beldame in her next start. And
that was my first Saratoga.
She lost to the Phipps horse in that race, but she ran an unbelievable race. I mean, for search results to come close to winning this, I'm not taking anything away from the first two finishers. They ran very well. They ran a very fast race, but it was set up by this wild pace. Last year's champion was basically eased, and search result had the lead until about 100 yards to the wire and got beaten 2 lengths.
Oh, and her not switching her leads. Not that I think she would have won.
No, she never does.
That's just her. But wow, was she game.
Amazing.
She was so sharp prior to the race, too. I mean, and she looked fantastic. But so did Clariere and Malathat. And I found it so fascinating when I talked to John Velasquez earlier. What he said, look for her to have blinkers next time, is that he feels as though she's not giving it her all in her races.
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, she ran a 106 by her. Good trip or not. Clariere's gotten better this year. I picked Clariere, by the way. There's no sour grapes about search results, but she ran the best race. If search results repeats that effort, I imagine they can meet in the personal end up in Saratoga, they won't beat her. There's no chance that they'll beat her if she repeats that effort, that kind of performance. But will she bounce back and run it again?
We'll see. It looks to be a great division.
Yeah, they got good this
year. Really good, as those 3-year-old fillies battled it out throughout the 3-year-old season last year, and they've come back with their A game as a horse who brought his A game from California, Flightline. Richie, talk about this Hillendale Met Mile performance.
Well, Flightline had already shown he was brilliant. There was no mistaking his ability, but the questions he answered in the Met Mile was about his character, his ability to overcome some adversity. He doesn't break particularly well from the rail, and Junior Alvarado in Speaker's Corner takes full advantage of that. He wants to shut it down. Don't let him get an easy ride, and he did it just right. He shut him down there and then played a little cat and mouse with him. You know, he kind of almost lured Flavian to try to go up inside of him again, and he's going to get shut down again. So twice he moves forward and has to tap on the brakes much more subtly the second time. But now what's he going to do? He's going to get kicked back in his face. Is he going to handle it? He's laid just off a horse, but being outside of him. Now he was inside of him, had to maneuver outside, and he's chasing a very good horse in Speaker's Corner. He collars him around the turn with consummate ease after encountering that early trouble. So he already answered that question. And then he just cruises. So not only is he a horse with ability, but he's also a horse that showed that he's got grit. He's not dependent on an absolutely perfect trip to go along with that incredible natural ability that he has. I think he answered a lot of questions. I go back to a boxing analogy. Everybody can throw a punch. Now everybody can take a punch. He showed he could take a punch and come back and win with the same consummate ease that he's been winning out in California. This is a fun horse to watch. It could be a generational kind of horse.
Yeah, Megan, we'll see. He looks to be on track if he remains healthy, which is always, I think, the biggest hurdle for Flightline, Andy, is that his lack of racing. But it does sound as though they want to target the Breeders' Cup Classic, which will be a 2-turn race, possibly with the Pacific Classic being that interim prep race for him. But yeah, I suppose people can have question marks about 2 turns, but once I saw him, Andy, he looks as though he should handle every bit of going further and around a 2-turn configuration.
They haven't taken the Whitney off the table, and obviously a matchup with him in Life is Good in the Whitney would be incredible, to say the least. The reason that 1-turn races are good for horses like Clairiere and Malathaat is because they feature much faster paces than two-turn races.
Right.
And those long straightaways. And we only have them at Belmont, a little bit at Aqueduct. But, you know, Churchill has the mile shoot as well. So you get these faster paces, so it's better for closers, whereas two-turn races feature slower paces. They hit the turn very quickly. And a horse like Flightline, because of his speed, he rates to be better at two turns than he is at one turn. And he's a tap-it, and you like him physically. Now, listen, they can be all those things and then go out and just, you know, start gasping for air in the last eighth of a mile. But from what you've seen of him, he's supposed to be better at two turns. And if he handles the distance, these horses are in trouble because there's some very nice horses out there. And I don't want to write off Life is Good, but based on what we saw in Dubai, he's not winning the Breeders' Cup Classic.
We'll see. Is there distance limitations with Life is Good? Can't wait to see him back in action. He's back in Todd Pletcher's barn, at least, as we will have racing this weekend from Churchill Downs. The inaugural Monomoy Girls Stakes will come up on Saturday. Some talented, up-and-coming fillies. More on America's Day at the Races.
Swiss Skydiver is looking for running room down toward the rail. Monomoy Girl got the jump, though, and she leads the field into the final furlong. Valiant's to her outside. Harvest Moon third, Swiss Skydiver fourth. Valiant's trying to catch Monomoy Girl. Late run from Dunbar Road to third. Monomoy Girl in front. Monomoy Girl wins the distaff.
A dual champion as well as a two-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. This one, of course, back in 2020 after she had missed a year and a half.
Amazing.
Of racing. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, Elkstone Group et al. Michael Dubb as well, part of that ownership group. And she was something else.
You know, she ran her first two races in the turf, I want to say, at Indiana Grand.
Yeah. No, Ellis, I thought.
Ellis? Okay.
I think Ellis.
Yeah, I think Mike Doheny was involved. May have had something to do with suggesting that dirt might be a good spot for her.
Well, she was a $40,000 purchase, wasn't she?
Very cheap. Yeah, well,
yeah.
Really, I mean.
Liz Crow.
Right. I mean, that's the. People know Liz. I mean, not they don't know Liz for other things. Of course, Liz was involved in buying Jack Christopher as well. But this is the horse that sort of
put her on the map.
Yeah, no question about it.
And put Brad Cox on the map.
And I hope, for Monomoy Girl's sake, that nobody shows her the PPs for this race.
Be nice.
You were
nice.
Does
only go to race.
You're the nice one. I'm the mean one. Okay, that's what's going on here, Maggie. That's the
Who
dynamic.
knows? So society could stretch out and be a superstar here. You know. Andy, it's horse racing. You never know.
Yeah, you're right. I certainly like the last two winners, and look at them, right? Yeah, so why not, right?
Here is Society. She's winning her first race for trainer Steve Asmussen. Both races, though, going the 6.5 furlong. She is a gun runner out of a Tappet mare, so there's some pedigree to suggest that she wants to go longer. She does switch back to her inside lead there, though. Late.
I think Gun Runner might turn out to be a decent sire. What about you?
Something says, yeah, I guess.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
How many first-year sires have had anything close to that success, and he has a Triple Crown winner as well?
Yeah.
I mean, Uncle Mo was amazing first year. I don't take anything away from him, but not like this horse.
Not like
and
this
he was
horse.
incredible.
And to think that, Gun Runner, obviously, he got better as he got older, but he's getting these horses to win early. Usually, progeny kind of mimic their sires, and that's not the case, which I think is
we
even
don't
more
know.
of a positive
We don't
sign.
know yet. Maybe they are going to get better.
That's a scary thought.
Right.
That's a very scary thought as number 1 kicks off our race 9 post parade, long shot Zealand it. Or sorry, Zealand it. Sorry.
Yeah, Zealand is a long shot for a reason, but there are a lot of long shots doing well here. So what do I know?
A marathoner has a little bit of a shot.
I
Shot.
agree. I don't know if 7 furlongs a little too far, but has a little. I mean, it ran a little bit last time.
Noble Conquest, has a few races that make him a player here.
In this field, he can get a piece.
Yeah. He's a big price at 12 to 1.
Didn't get kind of a weird trip last time
Right.
out. I think Trevor, and I love Trevor, and I think Trevor would agree. He was a little too aggressive.
It was weird.
It was not the kind of ride he normally
never
gives.
Looked comfortable on him
I
either.
wonder if he was under instructions. It was strange.
And
Ghostmon went
we
by.
saw Ghostmon
Take on
number
the pick
6
with him.
Me and Sab returns off a layoff and back to the turf.
Okay. Hey, I love Dave Donk. Why not?
How can you not love Dave Donk?
To know Dave is to love him.
Yep. Number 7, Supply Chain, in for a tag for the first time.
He's the horse to beat. I'm shocked that he's not favored in this race. I picked the 9 because they'd be a better price. His last race, though, was bad, and this is a real drop. But Chad Brown has very good numbers dropping.
Here's Cable Channel. He's back in for this 30. He had a wide trip last time.
He has the best race of anybody in this race on the turf. The problem is you feel like his form has gone off. But to be fair, he actually didn't have a wide trip last time. He was too wide. I don't know where they get that 5 wide. He actually had a good trip last time, but it was a yielding course.
We saw Jules Stone. He's your favorite go by. Number 10, Scotto. Love those Zevos on the turf.
Yeah, Zevo was a real lawnmower. They love him. He's a lead pony, right?
Yeah, I need to get Cherie on my podcast.
Well, Cherie,
even though she's not off track. And Cherie would just be so entertaining.
She's probably around here because she's got horses entered over the weekend. And with Churchill not having turf racing, she's adapting quickly.
Well, of course, I'm not here. So
that may be why she's here. You consider that a possibility?
No.
Something going on that you and Cherie want to tell me about?
Are tight.
Cherie texted me. Cherie wished me a happy birthday.
No,
the first person to wish me happy birthday was Maggie Wolfendale. You beat everybody.
Thank you very much, other than your mom.
No, well, Mom sent one the night before. You're right. But Mom is different, But you were the first of my friends to get me. You get a lot of credit. You say it's because you were up early.
The earliest.
Nah, you were thinking about me all night. Come on, don't lie.
You found me out.
Believe this horse I picked this horse. I never thought in a million years this horse would be a shorter price than Chad's horse.
I mean, I like the extra furlong.
I
Let's
do
check
too.
out his last race.
I want to ask you about this. I felt like this horse, and maybe watch the head-on too, there were always horses leaning on him, and he never really was able to get a clear run. And a lot of times, it's sort of the same thing about Mo Donegal if you look at his Derby. With Barbara Road kind of leaning on him and different things. I just think it's hard to rally when you're trying to do that, and I do think more distance too.
He's such a big, lumbering horse. You see Irad Ortiz, he has a firm hold of his outside rein. He's kind of holding his head up, but I agree, having those horses on top of you isn't going to help you lift him up and propel him forward. He's just that heavy horse, which I still don't understand the notion that shorter is better for this horse.
Now, that Kirk Wyckoff guy is a dope.
He's determined, though. I mean,
he's a very good mini golf player, but he's a dope.
Yeah, I'd like to take him on. I'm wicked at mini golf.
You don't want to take him on. Trust me, you don't want to. Remember his own golf club to a mini golf tournament and got 3 hole-in-ones to open it up. He's a legend.
He is a legend for raising as much money as he did for the TRF and the PDJF, right?
No, it was Thoroughbred Retirement Fund, Old Friends, the Chaplaincy, and the BCCA.
And BCCA. Well, thank you guys, as always, for doing that last year, too.
It was fun.
Number 7, Supply Chain. he tracked the pace last time, Andy, and he just wasn't persevered with late. Here is his debut effort and win back at Tampa, and he's been the beaten favorite twice since then.
And you get an 80 buyer first time out at Tampa, that's promised, because a lot of these horses win, they get low figures. And anybody that says, oh, they ran at Tampa, Digital Age debuted at Tampa, he won at least one grade one. Chad Brown, Peter Brandon debuted a lot of nice horses there. He looked like a good horse. Maybe he didn't have a little give in the ground at Churchill. I mean, at Keeneland, his next start, he was awful last time. And one thing about Chad Brown, he'll drop fast. He's, he recognizes that he's just not going to win an hours of one.
Right. I mean, this is where you got to go as we got to go downstairs to Richard Migliore.
I'll be brief, guys. First of all, Andy, I didn't say happy birthday right away because I was sensitive about your age, and I know when you get to a certain age, you don't really want everybody paying attention to your birthday, but we did come and sing to you. The 7 Supply Chain looks fantastic. Definitely the horse to beat, no doubt about that. I wound up on the 8 Cable Channel. I just think he really needed the last race, too. He's a horse that looks like he carries a bit of flesh. I think he shook the ring rust off with the last one, hadn't run since January. And I like the 7/8 from. Could be the Goldilocks effect just right. And at 9-1, I'm looking for premium cable.
It's like cliche day. Richie's got I think he's got like an index card.
Best.
He's the man.
We bring out his best.
I think Richie and I are going to be doing a little time together. I'm going to be hosting with him on Sunday. Looking forward to that. Richie and I have a lot of fun together in the set.
Father's Day. Except he's
right.
the only father.
That's right. That's correct.
That's okay, Andy.
That's right. Father's Day is always a great day out here. It's supposed to be nice weather, too. Get a big crowd. Always a great day. We've got 10 races. I'm looking at the card now, and a lot of nice fields, a lot of good stuff going on. So looking forward to that Father's Day. Looking forward to I thought the racing this week was actually good. I know we're heading towards Saratoga, and sometimes you worry about a little bit of a lull, but I thought the racing is actually strong this weekend. I love the card coming in today. I got buried.
It's always how it goes. I always know, catching it with Christophe Clement, he says that this is his favorite time to run all of his horses because, a lot of people hold him back for spots in Saratoga, and he says, nope, you gotta run him.
Well, I mean, Suffolk closing was a disaster for his win percentage, because nobody took advantage of Suffolk, so he's got a new plan to run when everybody's waiting for Saratoga. And all kidding aside, Christophe's had an amazing meet this year. He's just been overshadowed by Chad Brown's having this, uber meet.
We'll see how it all plays out in Saratoga, as well as here in the last. John and Brielle has your call.
For the finale. And the rough. Me and Sap. There goes Zillinit. Zillinit takes over. Me and Sap runs in second. And then it is Cable Channel. And right alongside is Jewel Stone. Their heads apart, third and fourth. Always Charming runs in fifth. Then down on the inside is a Marathoner. As they race up the backstretch, Zillinit, the leader, over Me and Sap. 2 big long shots up front with the favorite Jewelstone sitting off of them in third. Cable Channel is next in fourth, and Always Charming runs in fifth. Marathoner on the inside is in sixth. And then on the outside is Scotto in seventh, followed by Supply Chain in eighth. Pretty big break. Back to Noble Conquest, who is next as they go around the far turn. At the back of the pack there is Ghost Mon. Up front, it is Me and Sap, who has the lead now. Jewelstone on the outside, moving into second. And then comes a Cable Channel. On the outside is a Marathoner. The half and 45 and 3. Me and Sap. And here is a Marathoner now, driving up on the outside. Me and Sap and Marathoner. 2 big long shots here. Our heads apart coming down for the finish. Marathoner and Me and Sap. And the 2 of them come to the finish. Me and Sap to round out the day at 31-1.
Holy smokes, Andy. Have we seen big price after big price? And as you heard John and Brielle say, 31-1. It's popping off downstairs, that's for sure. I don't know what's going on
I'm going to tell you, Maggie, when you get a horse home at this price, you're allowed to root. And there was a nice root. I got, I mean, you want to bet, you root, you have fun. But when you get them home at 31-1, and maybe they have the exacta and a 30-1, one over 29-1, root your heart out.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's great. Jewelstone was so bad, it's embarrassing. I mean, he could not have gotten a better trip. Supply Chain at least ran a little at the end, though. a little being the operative word after taking himself out of the race right at the start. But hey, you know, I mean, listen, me and Sap had a little some things to go on off the layoff, and I'll tell you what, I'm always happy to see Louis Cardenas get a win. And he's you know,
nice.
he won those 2 races closing day at Aqueduct, and I mean, he's got 6 wins at Belmont. He's actually overachieving. He's riding a lot of long shots in these races, and always happy to see Louis do well. He's a really, really good guy. I think he rides well.
And Dave is the guy who kind of pushed him to take out his jockey's license to you know, he was galloping horses for Dave in the morning, and I love seeing these two team up. It's always, I think, that much more rewarding when you have a team in the morning to get these horses ready and you see it all play out on the racetrack, especially when you get a nice little upset like this. And Dave Donk quietly having a superb Belmont meeting.
I think his ROI is pretty good. Feels like he's won with some more.
Even
before this one, he's been winning. You know, twice at Aqueduct to close out the meet, and you know, listen, Dave Donk is he's kind of a legend. To be honest, he wouldn't agree with that, but he's really the last remaining trainer in the game that was involved with Woody Stevens. You know, Phil Gleaves retired last year. Billy Badge is working in racing, but he's not training anymore. I don't really I mean there may be other people who worked with Woody, but he's sort of the last holdout for working with one of the greatest legends in the history of this game.
And Dave's great, and we always talk about, you know, the problems that you encounter with training horses. And Dave's funny. He's so meticulous about his books. He does all his own bookkeeping, which I find fascinating because to do both of them, you have to be really well organized, and he does both of them with absolute fantastic fashion. As we will, 31-1 over 29-1 to close things out on this Belmont Thursday, twilight afternoon, but a lot of good racing coming up this weekend, especially from Monmouth, as we will see Hot Rod Charlie return to the races stateside down at Monmouth in the Salvatore Mile.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse Run Happy is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following C, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because I mean, he calls once a week. how's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds, and it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you can see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people are expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. As always, proudly brought to you by Run Happy, and nice to get that little update on the feature side of things from Claiborne Farm as Run Happy, yeah, producing runners that are coming into their own with the older that they get. And he kind of did the same thing too. It wasn't like he was that precocious of a 2-year-old, and definitely got better with some age and seasoning as Mian Sap pulls off the upset to upset and create a carryover in the pick 6, Sandy.
I tell you what, I'm surprised the pick 5 was hit. I mean, I know the first two results were fairly logical, but we mentioned the parlay. What did I say it was? $15,000 in these 2 races. So this horse wins 30 to 1. So you're talking about $500,000 parlay. Now 50 cents, 125,000. So it comes in line. I mean, it probably paid over that, but still, it's a tough 3 to get in the same ticket together.
Wow, $436 exacta. The late double pays $676. I mean, a trifecta for 50 cents, nearly $9.50.
And when people look and say, oh, well, the parlay was bigger in some of those bets, you get long shots like that in multi-race bets, you're not going to get the parlay. They're outliers. And, like, people's birthdays are going to affect the price.
$342,000.
One winning ticket. Congratulations to the person
well
who had it.
Done.
You deserve it.
You definitely deserve it. I mean, is it perceivable that they just pressed all? It was tough to come up with the 10 and 6. Perceived there was maybe some go back, you know, races a little bit. But
getting them all in the same ticket together is the issue. You know what I mean? You want to look through one and say you get them. I don't know how you do it without 3 alls. Supply Chain was claimed in the last race, by the way. Jeffrey Englehart. Good luck, Jeffrey.
Yeah, he was a bit disappointing, as well as Jules Stone, but more things to look forward to. Other pick 5s, including the cross-country pick 5, partnering with Monmouth this weekend as they have a showcase day. The Eatontown Race 11 after allowance race for us, and we'll take a look at the Eatontown, Andy, here as we see the horse who is runner-up behind the undefeated Bleecker Street Fluffy Socks. Last time they met was back here in the Modesty at Churchill on Derby weekend.
Yeah, and Irad was drifting out, and it's sort of interesting that Flavien Prat had to go inside of him because Irad was drifting so much in the lead, and you see him in those sort of familiar Matacat silks for Saul Kuman. Obviously flattered by that. She's been a good horse. She's had some unlucky trips, but I wouldn't discount Vigilante's way in this race. And no. Lamista didn't get the best of rides last time from Irad. All his horses can win.
I mean, Bleecker Street, I just love watching that because I've seen horses, but she's just remarkable how much she wants it.
I agree, and it looked like Brendan Walsh was going to beat that behemoth from Chad Brown in there. And shipping in, you're not going to beat Chad Brown if you don't play against him. Cheryl Spite is one of the most ridiculously placed horses ever. Wasn't even nominated or poker after beating Masson, and now he's going to take on Hot Rod Charlie for half the money.
Wasn't he entered in a dirt race where it made no sense to between the Maker's Mark Mile and the Tampa Bay?
Yes, he was.
And he was scratched.
He was running the dirt once. I'm surprised he was able to make his next race. He'd gotten beaten so much. Speaking of Country Grammar, here's Country Grammar. Oh, Country Grammar didn't win the Saudi Cup. He won the Dubai World Cup. And Hot Rod Charlie was second. I'm surprised how well he ran closing as the race did collapse in the late stages because he's always been best in the front end. I'm a big Hot Rod Charlie fan. He didn't make the Met Mile. I wish he had been in there. I don't know if he would have handled Flightline, but he has run some terrific races. He's going to be a handful in this race, obviously. I just wish I understand why Spicer wasn't even nominated in the poker.
It's bizarre.
Bizarre is the right word.
So Hot Rod Charlie coming in here. Will he be victorious coming in off of that? You know, Dubai World Cup, you know, sometimes we see horses react well and not react well. Looks as though he's been working steadily, though, out at San Antonio.
Yeah, I don't think it matters anymore. It might have mattered in the beginning. I think he'll figure it out. I mean, look at Kasich Reed. He ran in Saudi. He ran in Dubai, and he came back and got it done for our main man, Lee Einseidler.
Yeah,
this was
good
fun.
To see. It was very fun.
Again.
We
2-3 months from now, we'll get together again and do this.
Right after Saratoga. Well, thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Next show will be tomorrow, 12:30 to 5:30 on FS2. Major upset here last in our feature race, Spirit and Glory, leading to that big Pick 5 carryover. Mo Donegal etched his name in the history books as becoming the 154th winner of this year's Belmont Stakes. A lot more coming up this weekend. Make sure you tune in to America's Day at the Races.